people. It's a traveler's dream. Might stumble fall, but we rise again. For the banner of PHG flies our friend. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we rule the steeple.
Heyo! Welcome, everybody. We have got another edition of the Gran Turismo World Series. We've got our round 4 qualifier tonight. We have 2 days of qualifying. This is the first day. Let's see if anybody... So we have S. Tennyson out on the track. I'm not sure if he is in a qualifying session or not. Or if he is just practicing for now. Welcome, Jack. Welcome, Cole. Welcome, Papa, to the channel. Thanks for stopping in. The Gran Turismo PHG World Series is brought to you by Papa's House of Game. Papa being in the chat right now. He is the one who has made all this possible. The actual league setup. League coordinator is Shaggy. Shaggy's hosting the lobby. For those of you that want to qualify for round 4, just go look for Shaggy's lobby and join on up. If you've already registered for the league, just come on in and qualify. If you have not registered, it is not too late. This is the final round. If you go to papashouseofgame.com and go to Season 2, you can register. Hey, K-Dub. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. Let me see if I can fix that. Oh, is this going to be one of those where I need to reset the PlayStation? I might need to. All right, qualifying's underway. Once this qualifying's done, we'll be doing it silent. And I'll restart my PlayStation. That should get the audio back. Not sure why it does that sometimes. Sometimes I can mess around with it and get it to come back, but I don't know if that's going to happen this time. But anyway, qualifying is underway. Looks like S. Tennyson and Shaggy are getting their qualifying laps in. S. Tennyson in this wonderful taco-inspired livery. Yellow and purple. Taco looks good. And then we got Shaggy in the Shaggy 4C. Traditional Shaggy colors. We'll go to S. Tennyson here, who's going to be running the first hot lap. Just coming through the final corner, ready to head down the long straightaway. Let's see. So far, this has been a wonderful season. Fun one to commentate. Had a lot of really good races. I think the formula we've got here has led to some really good, tight races every time. And the way this works, for those of you that are new, is that there is qualifying during the week. Normally Wednesdays and Thursday nights, like this one. And the qualifying determines what split you are going to be in. Splits consists of anywhere from 10 to 14 drivers, depending on how many people qualify. The higher your split, the more points you get, much like the regular, PD Gran Turismo World Series. After the qualifying is done, we then, on race day, have regular qualifying, where you then qualify for your starting position within your split. Everybody gets a 10-minute qualifying session, one 10-minute session to put down their qualifying time to determine their split. So for these two, this is their one session. Here we are, coming down to the start-finish line. We'll see what the first qualifying lap ends up being. Shaggy's right on his tail, so he's certainly been catching up to him. As Tennyson put in a 127.587. Shaggy put in a 125.027. Shaggy resetting to the pits. Reset the tires, reset the fuel. S. Tennyson going around. We'll see if they continue to just do hot laps. Look like this tire wear here is no joke. Just a little over 2 laps in, and that front right tire is under 50%. So looks like it will end up being out lap, hot lap, cool down lap, pit, out lap, hot lap. And that might be it. Might just be 2 hot laps. We'll see how this plays out. Hey, Jesser, thanks for stopping in. Subby15, thank you for stopping in as well. Thanks for supporting both my channel and PHG. Once again, I do have the link to the current standings posted or pinned to the chat. If anybody wants to go see what the current standings are. All right, S. Tennyson with a 127.962 does not improve on their better time. Let's watch Shaggy on his hot lap. Coming into that first corner, got to woe that thing down after the long straightaway. Ooh, off into the kitty litter. It looks like he's going to reset. So not a hot lap. We'll go back on with S. Tennyson. S. Tennyson's going to be struggling to make it back to the pits just to change their tires. Question now is whether you just reset to the pits or you limp it around. But they got 2 hot laps. So, well, yeah, you'd have to reset back to the pits, and you could do 2 more hot laps. All right, let's go back on with Shaggy here. Since Tennyson will definitely not be putting in a faster time. Not with that dead tire. So see what Shaggy can do. All right, Shaggy crossing the start-finish line, starting his next hot lap. He's coming up on S. Tennyson, who, if Shaggy catches him, will need to get out of the way. With this tight left-hander. Oh, Shaggy was probably was afraid he was getting slowed down. Reset back to the pits again. It's one thing to remember, guys, as you're out there, and S. Tennyson actually was on an out lap. One thing to keep in mind, if you are on an out lap, you need to get out of the way for anybody else on track. Hey, Rowdy. Thanks for stopping in. All right, coming to the start-finish line here, where they will begin their next hot lap. Good, get through turn one, through that slight turn through turn two. Hey, Marty, thanks for stopping in. Then you got this faster left-hander here, followed by the slower, or well, fast speed, but sort of a slow right-hand turn. You get some embankment there that'll help guide the car around. And this next section has these two little kinks where you can just come through it flat out. Then you got to woe it down to the tightest corner on the track, which gets a little tricky. There's some elevation change there. If you don't do it right, the back end will kick out on you. You come through this right-hander, and then you really got to be smooth coming through these last couple of corners. You can carry a lot of speed or lose a lot of speed if you don't get it right. A lot of time to be gained and lost just in these last 2-3 corners. Here he goes, pushing it hard. Almost went off track. Looks like they kept it on. See if they can improve their time here coming across the start-finish line. 127.262. A little bit faster than what they had before. Shaggy back to the pits again. So it looks like that 125.027 is what Shaggy's going to stick with. That's Tennyson going around one more time. This will be his final attempt. See if they can dip below that 127.2. At 127.2, that was a 0.3 of a second up on their previous fastest lap. This tire wear looks like a second hot lap is tough. We're coming up on the second time check here. Let's see where they're at. And they're, yeah, behind by 1.2 seconds. So it looks like this will be a throwaway lap. The 127.262 is where Tennyson is going to end up. And there we have it. First qualifying run with two of our drivers. That puts Shaggy as the top of the qualifying leaderboard. S. Tennyson in second place. We will see just how many qualifiers we get today. We have been typically averaging between 40 and 50 some drivers on race day. So that usually equates to 20-25 drivers on a given qualifying day. We'll see if the popularity continues. It's like Shaggy was reminding people there, you have got to get out of the way when you're on a hot lap or when you are on an out lap. If you are not on a hot lap, you need to stay off the racing line and out of the way for the people who are qualifying. All right, again, we'll go to these results. Shaggy in P1 with a 125.027. S. Tennyson qualifying in the second position so far with a 127.262. Pretty big disparity there, 2.2 seconds on a relatively short track. We will see how that pans out as time goes on. I anticipate there will be a lot of drivers fitting in between those two times. Oh, let's see. Let's get these qualifying results saved. And then what I need to do is I am going to put you guys on break because I'm going to restart my PlayStation to try to get the sound back. So be back in just a minute. All right, looks like we got the sound restored. It's what we were after. We just need to get back into the lobby. Hey, Rick Shear, thanks for stopping in. Rob, WR73, thanks for stopping in. And of course, Shaggy. All right, getting back into the room so we can watch qualifying. Oh, looks like we got 3 qualifiers in here. Lyric, Pyro, and Slick. I assume we are still in practice. While we're practicing, take a look at these liveries. Got Lyric here. This nice kind of like ghost Porsche livery. Actually, looks like it's got some detail. It's just hard to see with the gray on the back. I like that. We got Pyro in his Genesis. Very Pyro-esque livery. Lots of his cars look this way. Looked like Slick was in a Ferrari, but is not out on track right now. So we'll circle back when they come out. Qualifying session number 2. Not session number 2, but well, qualifying session number 2 today. We will have multiple qualifying sessions today. Qualifying is open for 4 hours from 6 p.m. till 10 p.m. Central. Drivers can come on in. Those that are registered for the league, come on in, qualify your way in, see what split you end up in. Hey, Santa Miguel, thanks for stopping in. Take a look at Slick's car while they're on their outlaps. Again, the iridescent color. Canadian flag representing. Like the color is the fancy part of the car. Yeah, good old Canadian here. I believe Slick is in VR. That's what it says on the back of his car. Which is always interesting. Let's go on with Pyro. Pyro will be the first one starting their hot lap. See what they can do in this Genesis. Going into these final couple corners. Pyro flies through the first couple corners here. It's that tight left-hander. We're going to keep that speed up. This next lazy right-hander. Another one where you can carry lots of speed through if you get it right. But if you go off into the dirt, what we affectionately call the kitty litter, that will destroy your hot lap. Down through this fast section until they come to the tightest corner in the track. Gotta slow her down. Use up as much of the track as you can. Don't have the back end wag out on you as you come out of the exit. That next tight left-hander. Now through this next section. Some good flowing corners. Looks like he's able to keep the throttle pegged. Half brake, get it down just enough to get the car to rotate around the corner, but carry as much speed as possible. Down the straightaway. Putting in a 126.768. Lyric going to be crossing the line here second. A 125.614. That is a good time. Slick coming across the start finish line with a 127.099. wide disparity here. Lyric currently at the top of our leaderboard in this session, 125.614 in the Porsche. Very nice time. Not quite as fast as Shaggy in P1 with a 125 flat. There was that jump on that elevation change coming out of that tight right hand. Upset the car a bit. Get through these last set of corners onto the straight. Pyro into the pits. Lyric into the pits. Slick also into the pits. Everybody getting tire changes. Alright, Pyro will be the next one out. Not a lot of fuel burn here. Not even down to an eighth of a tank, so draining that fuel during qualifying is not going to make much of a difference. Hey Warhawk, thanks for stopping by. One thing I'd never put together is, Warhawk, are you S. Tennyson? I think you are, aren't you? Man, I don't think I ever actually put that together. Had it be you. Leo! Thanks for stopping in, Leo. Leo, I do have the broadcast booth open. If you wanted to join me for commentary, you are welcome to. See Pyro finishing up his outlap. I know Pyro is probably looking to make better on that 126.768. I would imagine he's probably looking for something better than that. Pyro's one of our PHG lead drivers. Week to week, one of our fastest drivers out there, so I'm sure he's looking to put down a heater here. Although I will say that Lyric is also one of our PHG Elite drivers, so no surprise that they are also very fast. As Pyro navigates his way through these last couple of corners, see if he can do better than that 126.768. Hey Racer51, thanks for stopping in. Out of the final corner, down the straightaway. He's got that thing pinned to the floor. Ends up with a 126.444. That is faster. Still in the 126 range. And Lyric does better with a 125.077. That is half, or yeah, 5/100ths slower than Shaggy, so real close. We'll go on board with Lyric for the rest of this lap. Looks like he is 5/100ths off his fastest time. Tire wear looking pretty good. Let's compare the tire wear on Lyric. Sitting at about 40% gone. Oh, whereas Pyro's, oh man, the Genesis is horrible on tires. That is going to be an issue on race day, down to 80% tire. Make it hard for qualifying too. Not going to be enough time to pit and get out. So he's going to pit. Lyric is going to pit. The 10-minute qualifier and 125 to go around. I think that they're out. They're going to end up finishing on their out lap. Slick with that 127.099. Still fastest lap they've put in. Not able to improve on that. Pyro with a 126.444. Looks like that's where they're going to end up. Lyric with a 125 flat. Where they are going to end up. Then Slick's time just went away, so I am going to have to look at that when qualifying is over. But that will wrap it. Just gotta wait for the timer to run out. Hey Dan, thanks for stopping in. Better Dan. Jesser, I don't know if I said hi when you stopped in. I think I did. Thanks, Dan. I appreciate that. Doing this for you guys. I believe there is a 2-minute wind down, so got another 50 seconds before we can get back to the results screen. And we'll get Slick's time. I don't remember what it was. Well, Jesser, I am expecting a faster qualifying effort from you today. Show what you can do. Oh, did we lose the results? We did lose the results. Shaggy, what was Slick's time? I didn't get it captured. Hey Lyric, thanks for stopping in. Gonna check out the competitions, see how everybody does. Oh, everybody left, so it quit. Alright, so Shaggy, I've got Lyric's time. Lyric had a 125.077. Pyro had a 126.444. But I don't know Slick's. If somebody wants to take the live stream here and just back it up, we should be able to see what Slick's fastest time was. I believe it was lap 2. Just somebody wants to go look that up for us quick. But yes, as a reminder to those of you qualifying, please do not duck out early. If you duck out early, we cannot look up what your times are. Thanks, Dan. 127.099. All right, so currently after 5 drivers, we have Shaggy in first with a 125.027, Lyric in second with a very close 125.077, Pyro in third with a 126.444, Slick in fourth with a 127.099, and S. Tennyson, Warhawk, with a 127.262. Five qualifiers thus far. Looks like arrows coming in for our next qualifier. Come on in, drivers. Get your qualifyings done. Get your qualifying here. Well, Jay, Shaggy, I've got the 5 times, so if you need me to repeat them again, I can. Thanks, Santa, for going and looking that up too. All right, we got Arrow, the Lexus. Like that color, orange and the like burgundy with black hood. Nice clean livery. Oh, I like that color a lot. Well done, Arrow. Sorry, Slick, there are no retries. You had your shot. Luckily, because we had the live stream, we were able to get the times. But as a reminder to the rest, just because your qualifying session is over, do not quit the lobby. Oh yeah, Shaggy, I suppose that works. As long as you enter the lobby and just sit in on pit road, then then it won't end. And Leo, looks like Leo we got here in the lobby. Yeah, wow, I can't talk. In the broadcast booth with me. How you doing, Leo?
I'm all right, man. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. We've had 5 qualifiers so far. I don't know if you've been following along on the live stream.
Yeah, just a little bit. And then outside taking care of some yard work and whatnot, so been watching.
Yeah, my yard work today consisted of a lot of snow removal.
Ah, yeah, I saw your pictures in the Discord there, man. Glad I don't live there.
Forced exercise, that's what we call that. Mother Nature providing forced exercise.
I don't mind the snow. I just need it to go away for, after the first initial part. Yours looks like it stays there pretty good.
It normally does, but at this time of year, it'll all be gone within 2 to 3 days. It's probably going to get up into the upper 30s, 40s. Alright, looks like we got Speed Bump on the track too, the NSX. Take a look at his postcard livery. Again, nice, clean, basic livery. I like it.
Hey, sometimes it's easy to keep it simple there.
Oh yeah. I mean, I like the wild, complicated ones. That's what I enjoy doing.
Yeah.
But even these nice, simple, clean ones
Oh, yeah.
very nice. More like what you would see in real life, I suppose.
Yeah. would agree. We're getting ready to remove a tree stump, so that's what I was doing.
Well, that's got to be fun.
Oh yeah.
Are you going to use a vehicle to pull it out, or are you just digging around it?
We're gonna burn it.
Burn it? That's another way to do it.
Yeah.
But I suppose you still got to dig down
and...
a little bit so it can at least burn down to a little bit underground level. But
burn it down a little bit, and then one of the people here is got a stump grinder. So.
There you go.
Yeah. Doing a lot of cleanup, so we got a bunch of twigs and sticks and branches, and it's all piled up on it. So hopefully, when I light it off, it gets nice and hot.
That's the idea.
Yeah. I'll hop in on my laptop here shortly. I'm mobile at the moment.
That's a weird time. There's got to be a glitch on there. 596 hours, 31 minutes, and 23 seconds. That can't be right.
Wow.
I'm not sure what that's about. Glitch in the game. Or switch it to speed bump. The speed bump's still on an up loop, so. You know what? It's staying there, though. Well, it was staying there when I went. Oh, I see. It's the split. All right. You know what? We'll just go back to. You know what? Here, let's do this. Reset spectator mode.
Yeah.
Still there. Okay, that's just fine. Game's being wonky.
Yeah.
Showing the split time, and then it just stays there. So hopefully, when qualifying gets underway, that'll go away.
Yeah. Sun's going down. Can't do much else.
Interested to see just how many qualifiers we get today.
Yeah, I am too.
You know, if we can stick with our average of 20 or so. I think when we did this last week, after day 1, we were at 19.
Yeah.
And we had more drivers for day 2. I suppose we should expect that.
Something like that. Maybe they want to see what people are doing.
More practice time. You know, there's that too.
Yeah. I think that's what I'm going to end up doing tomorrow. I have put 0 laps here, so.
Well, this one can be a little tricky. I mean, there's a lot of corners for such a short track, so.
Yes.
Definitely want to get
this
some qualifying in.
This is the one with the double right-hander at the top of the hill, isn't it?
Yeah. These I was mentioning earlier, these set of corners leading up to, you know, the final straight can be very tricky. You can carry a lot of speed through there, which means you can either gain a lot of time or lose a lot of time.
Indeed. I think when it was a daily, I had a rough go when I first started on it, and then, I don't know, something clicked, and it was like, okay, this isn't bad.
It's definitely one of those tracks where once you get it down, because it's a shorter track, you know, maintaining that muscle memory and kind of knowing what to do is a little bit easier than at, let's say, you know, a longer track like Le Mans or you know, Nürburgring, which has so many turns. You know, even the Nürburgring like GT course has, I think, more turns than Sardegna has here.
Yeah.
What's funny is the Sardegna road track, the short course, I think technically has more turns than the longer course.
How does that work?
The longer one just has longer straightaways, I think. It doesn't have as much of the ziggy-zag business that this one does.
Sure.
All right, looks like we're going to get this next qualifying session underway.
Wait 1 second, I'll hop in on the computer here.
Looks like Arrow's going to be the first one out, so we will follow along with them.
I'll be
Well, you know
right
what?
back in a second. So.
Yep. No problem. What I need to do that I've forgotten to do is bring up.
All right. That better?
Yes, that is better.
Okay.
Alright, I am going
Professional
to
mic
pull up on my
versus-
screen here the current driver's standing, so that we can
Different
talk about what position people might be in. So,
Oh.
I will go through the people that have already qualified. So Shaggy, who has qualified for P1 this week, he is currently 8th in the point standings with 690. Lyric, who is 2nd in the qualifying order thus far, is 6th in the point standings with 725. I should also mention that I am the points I am giving are their top 2 rounds. We have competed in 3 rounds. Only your 2 highest point rounds count towards the championship. So, for some of these people, whatever their lowest score was gets dropped from the point. So, let's see. With that said, Pyro, he is 3rd in our qualifying order. Let me see, where is he in the point standings? He is number 22 right now. And then Slick, who has qualified in P4 so far, is, let's see if I can find him in the points. No, they have completed 58th in points. They have only run 1 round, though, so that is why they are near the bottom. 58 out of 59 drivers. And then Warhawk, S. Tennyson, who has qualified 5th so far. Where are they? 48th in points with 280. Alright, we finished these first set of hot laps. Arrow and speed bump. See where they're going to bring. They come out of the final corner here, heading on the straightaway. The Arrow's going to put in a 126.511. Speed bump with a 126.822. That would put both of them 4th and 5th in the qualifying order so far. Alright, so let's look up these guys. Arrow. Let's see. Find them in the points. Arrow, yes, Arrow has run 2 rounds, is currently 42nd in points with 310. Speed bump is 28th in points, or 28th in the standings with 416 points. Let's see if either of these guys come in and pit at the end of this lap in order to get another hot lap in.
I'm just now realizing how much the tire wear is up.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Looks like Arrow had gone off.
Ooh. That's unfortunate.
Let's see if we can
We said his name too many times.
see what happened to him. Oh, just got a little wiggly. No, didn't really crash. Didn't really crash, just went wide. Thankfully, they stayed wide. They knew their lap was ruined. Just stayed wide, out of speed bump's way. Good play. That was pretty much a run back to the pits anyway, so didn't really lose much. Speed bump will be coming out ahead though, so we'll follow along with them. Estacy,
I
thanks
misspoke.
for stopping by the channel. And Arrow, thanks for stopping in during your qualifying effort. I just boned it and clicked wrong tires. Oh, jeez. Well, reset back to the pits, I guess. Unless you already have. Yeah, you're on mediums. You can reset back to the pits. Rather than driving all the way around. RSR Ace R1, thanks for stopping by.
Hey, Ace.
I think I saw Fernando join the lobby. Maybe looking to qualify in the next session here.
Yeah.
Speed bump being real ginger going through that right-hander. Gotta be so close. That seems to be the most upsetting corner on this track. That tight right-hander.
Mhm.
Get into that dip too close to the apex. You can lose the rear end real quick. Hey, Talon, thanks for stopping by. Talon says Sal and Leo.
What up, Talon? Now, I know on that long corner that we were just discussing, I know it used to be if you got your tire on the inside of that thing, you could hook it around that bumper there, or not bumper, but a curb, and be able to sling yourself around. I don't know if that's still true or not.
Yeah, this one coming up here. No, I think they patched that. I think there was the one daily where people were doing that. I want to say it was in the Beetle or something. Where, yeah, they got their tires just inside the curb, and the curb kind of acted like a rail.
Yeah.
And they could take the corner far faster if they sort of hooked the tire under there. But I think they patched that real quick. I think they had to let it play out that week, but then they had it patched before the next daily. See, it looked like Speed Bump was got through that corner a little more settled. Car wasn't jumping around so much.
I will say the NSX is going to be pretty strong here.
Yeah.
That is a certain. That's what I used to use when this was a daily, and pretty strong. Now in four-wheel drive cars, though, might have a little bit more of an advantage. I don't know for sure.
He's trying to improve on that 126.822. It
Still
does
quick.
by about 1.5 tenths. Go back to Arrow here. Still on an outlap.
Yeah, I agree, Talon. It doesn't make any sense. A regular road-going car is a hybrid.
Really?
Indeed. The Acura NSX is actually a hybrid, so it's got a electric assist in the front
I was unaware.
for the road-going car.
Look at you bringing the knowledge to this Neanderthal stream we got going on here.
Nah, it's all good. You know, it's the chill, you know, yak about things. It's just working with cars and being around them for so long. I have amassed numerous amounts of knowledge of all of them.
There you go. All right, Arrow is just starting, which will be what will be their last hot lap. Speed bump, going to finish this up. Should have time for one more. Tire wear is becoming a factor. Let's see if they can improve on that 126.668. And they do. Knock another 4.5 tenths off. 126.219. Not a bad time.
I might be up a creek if this is how tire wear is going to go.
Oh, an Arrow!
Oh no!
Gets loose.
Ouch!
Pushing it a little too hard. Let's see how this goes. Coming through that corner. Oh, yep, just too much throttle.
Too hard.
Too much throttle trying to get out of there.
How did he hit the back, but the front got the damage? Okay, whatever. so confused on that one.
Speed bump. Definitely went wide on that apex, trying to keep the vehicle settled. Could have also been just broke a little too late. Tall order to try to beat that 126.219. See what they get coming out of the final corner here.
Let's go.
Not able to improve.
I will say, if I remember correctly, you pretty much want to shoot for a curb-to-curb kind of thing here to make all the corners. Like,
well, you want to do that on all the tracks, right? Out, in, out.
Yeah. Especially here, though.
Yeah.
That downhill section going into that tight right-hander is probably the most trickiest thing, and the double left-hander. To me, personally.
Yep.
But I may have to use that car. I hate. Ugh.
Which car is that?
The Atenza.
Oh, yeah. Well, you'll have to see how tire wear does. We've seen so far the FR cars. We just saw Pyro in the Genesis, and those tires were really bad after just like 3 laps.
So Heather deal with a front wheel drive or all wheel drive and no in betweens.
All right, let's look at these results. So we got speed bump with a 126.219. That puts them third on our qualifying order so far. And then we've got Arrow with a 126.515. That puts them in P5 on our qualifying order so far. So far, 7 drivers have qualified. Top time still being held by Shaggy with a 125.027 down to our slowest time of a 127.262, a 2.6 second difference so far. With only 7 drivers, there is a lot more left to go. Looks like we're going to have Fernando in this one. Run the Mustang. We will see just how the tire wear is on this car. I am guessing it's going to be bad. But we'll see.
Hopefully not. We'll see. Just take it easy. You ain't gonna slam at the first lap.
We'll say. Looks like.
Ooh.
Fernando has a new livery on.
Oh.
PHG and BHR. Sunoco.
Ooh.
I would imagine this has got to be some kind of a throwback livery. This definitely looks like something that would come out of the Trans Am series that we know Fernando is fond of.
Yes.
Well, it's got the Mustang on the back tire. Kind of a staple of Mustang liveries in a competition today, particularly in IMSA. Most of the Mustangs have the horse coming out of the rear tire. Standard procedure. But it looks nice. I like it. Oh, Fernando got loose.
Ooh, loosey-goosey. Spinning aroundy. Fun fact about the Mustangs, also useless car knowledge. To tell what kind of Mustang it is, if it's just got a horse, it's an EcoBoost Mustang. If it's got the lines going through the middle, it's the V6. And if it's a GT, it will say GT. That's the V8. That's your useless facts with Leo.
The more you know.
Exactly. Why do I know this stuff? Gotta go V8. Indeed, Talon. Indeed.
Unless you're a Mazda guy, then it's rotary for life, right?
Exactly. RX-7 FD. Let's go. I mean, also, if you're like Rob Dom, who's another YouTuber that's been building rotaries for years now, and you somehow assemble a 12 rotor to put it in a boat.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Talon, get that off. Get out of here. No. No. Don't you do it.
RX-7 with LS1 swap.
Yeah, that's like heresy.
Well, I would say the LS1 engine though is going to be a lot more torquey than the rotaries, right? It's just the rotaries can function at a higher RPM, don't they?
Shockingly, Rob has tested that, and they had about the same.
Really?
Torque-wise.
I didn't
Yeah,
think the rotaries were high torque kind of engines like the V8s are.
They're not super high torque, it's just where it can be used, and you're correct, all the horsepower is at the top end of the power band of the rotary motor.
I was going to say, in an LS1, I think that power curve is a little bit more distributed, right?
Yeah, it's an even curve. Pretty substantial. I mean, Dan would know. He's the Corvette guy too.
Right. Well, I'm sure
honestly,
I'm sure Dan will defend the Corvettes, even if he's wrong, just like you would, even if.
Yeah.
That's part of being a fanboy.
Don't get me wrong. I'm also a Chevy guy. Everybody forgets that fact.
Well, that's right.
I drive a Chevy.
I used to think that you were like Corvette all day, all night, and then like you suddenly betrayed us and went to Mazda.
I'm not a fan of short shifting. I've never seen someone short shift.
You get to save gas. You get a big V8 car, and it's actually a gas saver when it comes to these races. So there's something to be said for that.
Yeah. I just.
You just like having people scream at you.
Yes, I do. It's fun.
So now things make sense.
Yeah, I just like the shenanigans of it, just because it makes everybody up in arms.
All right, so Fernando looks like has started his qualifying session on his outlap. Probably trying to save those tires. We'll see how he does here.
Yeah,
I used to have a Camaro back in the day.
Did you?
An 83 Camaro Z28. When I bought it, on the side, it said IROC Z. And I'm like, oh, is this the IROC? And the owners were like, well, the IROC sticker was a lot cheaper than the actual IROC.
So someone had slapped that on there.
Yeah, so it said IROC on the whole door, but then it had the Z28 emblem, down at the bottom. So it was actually a Z28.
Sorry, Fernando. We're talking about Chevy stuff.
Yes, it had a 305 in it, not the 350, which is what the IROC had back in the 3.
Oh, yeah. That's right. It did. Not the 350.
They were both V8s. It's just one was a bigger V8.
Yeah, one was a 5-liter, shockingly, which was the 305.
Yep. And then the 5.7 liter also the 350.
Yep. Actually, the motor I got at my mom's house, I may be planning on putting it in my pickup truck. So I've got a V6 right now.
Oh.
And she's tired.
She's tired.
Yeah, I mean, I bought it with 150 on it, and the gauge broke. And that was when I was 17. I'm 33 now. Yeah. Help. Oh my God.
Fernando coming to this tight right-hander, so he navigates coming through there. Buck keeps the car under control pretty well.
Yeah, that's actually excellent control there. 5.4, 200K.
Yeah, a little wiggly in that corner, though.
Ooh. That's a dangerous corner to spin out in, because you're going to hit a wall. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
All right, see what kind of a time we log here on the first hot lap.
Yeah.
Coming down to the start-finish line. Fando's going to put in a 1:27.348. Definitely some room for improvement there. We'll see what he can do. Looks like we got the tires about a third worn after one out lap and one hot lap. I'm not sure how gentle he was being on the out lap. But this thing may be well under 50% tire by the end of lap 3.
Yeah, that's going to be... Oof. Sorry, Ford guys. That's a big motor trying to do things.
Yeah, well, like I said, most of the FR cars are probably going to struggle with this combo.
Ah.
Because you are turning almost the whole time. I mean, other than the front straight, everywhere else you're constantly turning. You know, you may end up straightening out the wheel for just a second or two, and then you're turning again.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you're constantly turning on this track. There's not really, besides the long straight, that's it.
Yep. I mean, everywhere else you're probably setting yourself up for the next corner by either getting yourself wide or getting yourself in, so you're not even really going straight on the little straight sections.
Yeah.
Man, I just noticed, you look at the rear tires on Fernando's car, that thing has a lot of camber in it.
Yeah.
I did not realize how
even,
much camber is in the rear tires of the Mustang.
Even in real life, it's like that too. Like if you go look at the back end of one, you're like, hey, that's quite drastic.
And it ran a
And they're
128
staggered.
on that second hot lap. As we've seen, the tire wear degrades so quickly that that second hot lap in a row is normally not going to be very good. And because the fuel burn isn't very high, it doesn't pay to stay out and burn the fuel down so that maybe your second run is a little better. I mean, it'd be marginal.
Yeah, that's kind of the call you got to make when you're doing this. You're like, man.
I mean, you can save some time. I mean, at this point, Fernando's at 5 minutes and 16 seconds here. It's possible he could get another hot lap in, reset. Well, no, if he gets another hot lap in and then resets to the pits, he wouldn't get back around, wouldn't get that last out lap done before time would run out. So it's looking like 2 hot laps is about all that anybody's going to get here.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Get the one to go around and then attempt one and then go in and pit. And
I mean, I suppose the one thing you could do is after you reset, or if you went out, tried to burn off as much fuel as possible on that out lap and go so slow that you don't use up the tires at all. Maybe you could get 2 hot laps in, and then reset and get one more hot lap in. Maybe. Yeah. No, it's pretty tight. It's weird. I mean, honestly, it's a short track, but it still seems like you have a limited amount of time to do stuff.
Yeah. Honestly, I would want the car heavier. I know that sounds counterproductive, but as many tight turns and everything else, keeping that thing glued to the track is probably the best. For me personally, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. I mean, usually a lighter car is a faster car, but
yeah. But that also
there are pros and cons to each. I mean, a heavier car is definitely going to burn up your tires more.
True.
But if you're planning on getting into the pits after a short amount of time anyway, looks like Fernando is a little behind on his previous fast lap.
Yeah, not too bad though.
Well, he logs this one. He could reset to the pit and do an out lap and another hot lap. Oh, and that's going to be wide. It's probably going to be a pen.
Ooh.
Yep, that's a pen.
Don't worry,
that lap isn't going to count anyway. Oh, wait, and that would have been fast. Well, it may have been faster because he cut that last corner.
Yeah, you've got to pretty much nail that. It doesn't look hard, but that like mild S-turn there is very deceiving.
Yeah.
Very.
Yep. As you come around it, you can make the front end kind of wash out and push. And then if you go too wide, it's so easy to pick up a penalty there, just like Fernando showed. But resetting the pits, he will be able to get one more hot lap in after the south lap, of course. It looks like we've got waiting in the wings. It's just Carl and Jorge.
Uh-oh.
Jorge, our current points leader. One to watch for one of the faster times. I do believe Jorge has also secured the fastest qualifying time. 2, if not all 3 of the rounds so far. In fact, I have the score sheet open. I suppose I could look. Jorge got it in week 1. Jorge got it in round 2. And Jorge got it in round 3. So he has consistently been our fastest qualifier. So may have an exciting time.
Yeah.
Being laid down coming up shortly, people. If anybody wants to learn just how to put down a fast lap, that may be coming up soon. Speaking of which, Fernando going to start his last hot lap, hoping to improve on that 1:27.348.
I've seen him do it before, so we'll see if he can do it again. Where he's had that last lap chance, and he's got it a couple of times now.
Yep. So far, we've got 2 drivers that are above the 127s, and 5 drivers under the 127.
That's a little bit. Sorry, I'm a little behind. I'm watching
he's 3/10 up.
There we go.
Well, you know what? I could
Have
share
fun
this.
watching the chat.
Watch this as live as I do. That would make sense.
Just having fun talking to everybody, so you don't have to.
It's no bigs.
Okay. Okay.
And almost 4/10 up on his fastest lap. Fernando definitely looking for an improvement here. Might get down into that 126 range. Keep it and not go wide in this final section. Yep, looks like he's got it. Let's see what kind of a time we get.
Ooh, coming down to the wire here. Maybe a 126.
126.998. Hey. Keeps it just under that 127 mark. Currently has him 6th in our qualifying order.
Oh.
Sorry, I forgot to mention while we were watching it that Fernando is currently 47th in the points with 283 points. Damn this car, he says.
Yeah, I
Those
saw
tires,
that. I was like, oh.
Oh, the tires are going to be such a struggle.
Oh, tell me about it.
It is what it is. Hey, this is all part of doing like a manufacturer's cup style series where there's going to be some tracks where your manufacturer is not going to be good. And then there's other tracks where you may have the meta. You know, if anybody's going to have a chance to unseat Jorge in a FR Toyota Supra, this might be it. But Fernando coming in with the 126.998, like I mentioned, puts him 6th fastest on our speed chart so far. We have had 8 qualifiers. As I mentioned, we have 2 more already queued up for this next stint. Jorge and It's Just Carl. Jorge out on track with his Toyota Supra, Group 4. As I'd mentioned, Jorge is currently our points leader and our fastest qualifier each week. It's just Carl is currently 50th in points with 264. Jorge in first place has 805. Looks like we have qualifying underway already. So while they're on their outlap, let's take a look at some of these liveries. It's just Carl, also in a Toyota Supra. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Nicely put together.
Go Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Very nicely put together livery. I like it.
Yes.
Salamander approved. Jorge
That's
with
high
his,
praise right there.
Jorge with his evergreen green Supra.
Hey, he added stickers this time.
Just a couple.
A couple, though. It's
Jorge
okay.
obviously spends far more time practicing racing than designing cars. We will admire
Yeah,
it's just Carl's livery during this outlap, but we are definitely going to watch Jorge. Watch the master at work going on the hot lap.
Oh,
Ooh, it's just Carl getting a little wiggly on that tough corner. I like the rims are gold too.
ooh. Kind of matches the whole thing.
Yep.
Kind of nice.
Oh, sends it off. A little bit dirty tires. Should be able to continue on.
You'll get it.
With the upcoming hot lap. All right, let's go on with Jorge. Let's watch from Jorge's point of view. I like that Shaggy. Jorge beating everyone in a rental. All right, getting through these first couple of corners. One of the few sections where you get to straighten out the wheel for like 2 seconds before, well, probably less than 2 seconds even, before you get into that fast left-hander. Again, get the car wide, coming into this banked right-hander. Carry a lot of speed through there. You got these two little kinks coming through where, again, you can straighten out the wheel for 1,000, 2,000, turning the tires again, straighten her out for about a second, and then use as much of the track as you can going through this tricky right-hander. Don't let the back end step out. Well done. Again, get all the way over the other side of the track. Use as much of it as you can. Use your net code to your advantage. Back and forth across the track. Looks like he's able to keep it pinned through that section. Get her mowed down through the final S's. Let's see what kind of a time we got. Coming out of that final corner at a 1:16. It's going to be a fast time. 1:24.699. Immediately puts Jorge in our top qualifying spot.
That's crazy.
It's just Carl puts in a 1:33.136. Must have had an issue there during that hot lap. 1:33 is 6 seconds behind our final qualifier so far. So he'll definitely be looking to improve on that. After 2 laps, the tire wear actually doesn't look too bad. Don't know if it's just Carl was really babying it on that first lap or not. Maybe that's why. Or if the Supra's just better on tires than I was expecting. Also possible.
Yeah, I don't know about the Group 4 car. I know about the Group 3 car kind of having an issue, but... Forgive me, I'm
so
actually
hard
going
to
to go
keep
hop
under
into...
control through that corner. Yeah, he's 2.1 seconds better on this particular lap. Which is still a 1:31. It's still got some room for improvement there.
Well,
But we still have half
we'll
this
hop.
qualifying session to go. Plenty of time to improve.
I'm actually going to hop into one of these practice lobbies and get some laps down.
Gets it down to a 1:30.591. That is definitely better. We go back on with Jorge doing their next hot lap. It's just Carl may want to think about just resetting back to the pits at this point, because they could get 2 more hot laps in that way. Although I suppose if he goes all the way around, keeps the fuel burn, we'll get 1 more hot lap with a slightly lower fuel load. Although it needs to look out, because Jorge is going to be on a tear. He's probably going to catch it. And if it's just Carl is just sort of riding around trying to get back to the pits, definitely needs to get out of the way. There we go. Jorge is up a 10th on his fastest lap. Had to put a pass in, though. That might have hurt. Let's see if he can maintain momentum. Maybe get a faster lap in here. Pushes it all the way to the edge. Oh, and gets a penalty. Resets back to the pits. Looks like it's just Carl is going to keep that fuel burn. He will come out about 1/8 of a tank down. That will help slightly. But now Jorge will also have a clean track. Takes it easy through this first hot lap, or this first out lap. Might be able to last through 2 hot laps.
Oh man,
Final few corners here.
Forgot how to get around this track.
You're practicing now?
I am actually.
Oh, that's right. You said you hadn't put any practice laps in, so better late than never.
Right. Put a grand total of 1 in so far.
Jorge coming to the start-finish line. Not going to improve on his lap time. Or that was an out lap. Never mind. Now he's on a hot lap. Dives it into turn 1. Comes out right next to the grits. With this fast left-hander. Gets it low down, keeps that rear end stable. Into the fast right-hander. Looks like he's carrying it. Dips down to about 75 miles an hour. Wags the tail a little bit on corner exit, but keeps it in a straight line. Not sure if that is going to cost him some time. Through the tight right-hander. Car's planted. Second time check, a 1/2 tenth up. Not much of an improvement, but an improvement.
Hey, Toon.
Hi, I'm here to commentate.
Hey,
Are
Toon.
ya?
Thanks for stopping
Hi. Yep. All right, what do we got going on here? So we've got Jorge Senior. We're on. Are we in a free practice or are we in the qualifier?
This is a qualifier on his hot lap, and a slight improvement, a 1:24.659.
And it looks like that was the final lap too. Was the oh no?
Yep, there's only 30 seconds left, so coming out now, he won't be able to make the hot lap. Could have ran that as a hot lap, but It's just Carl trying to improve on his 130.591. Looks like he does with a 129.444. Does have time to do one more hot lap. With a little bit of worn tires, we'll see what they can do.
Yep, a little bit of worn tires, a little lighter on the fuel tank. I think this is probably the perfect time for him to try and make a improvement on his time yet again. Especially because now that the tires are up to snuff, there's a little bit of wear in them, so there's kind of a rhythm. And it looks like Carl is getting quite comfortable into the rhythm of this track. And just like Alsace, this one is definitely rhythm dependent, just due to, you know, the bankings and undulations of the curbs, and also, you know, how some of these can be off camber. But really, once you get into a rhythm on Sardinia, it's a real easy track. Honestly, it's Alsace light in a way, just due to it being a very flow dependent track, but it's not as heavily dependent on, you know, getting that flow and that rhythm like, you know, Alsace Village does.
It's just Carl a half second up on his previous fastest lap, so definitely getting some speed on this final attempt.
That half second could dictate what split he winds up in, so he needs to give it everything he's got. As he's coming around the last corner on the start-finish straight, carrying a good amount of speed. And what is this, Group 4 machinery? Yeah, Group 4.
Group 4.
And across the line,
128,
3/4 of a second up.
Woo.
All right, fantastic last hurrah from Carl.
All right, so we got a kind of a tale of two drivers here. We've got, in this session, Jorge, who is our new qualifying leader with a 124.659. And it's just Carl slots, while making improvements throughout the qualifying, finds himself last on our qualifying order with a 128.680. But this is only the first 10 drivers to qualify. There are likely be a lot more to come. In fact, I think I might have seen Papa join the lobby for the next split. But once again, we'll look at these. We got Jorge, P1 in this session, P1 overall, 124.659, and it's just Carl with a 128.680 in a nicely liveried Toyota Supra. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. See, it looks like in this next session we do have PHG Papa, the man, the myth, the reason we are all here, and T. Calvert. So, 2 people in so far. We'll see if some more join us for this session.
Now, here's a burning question. When is esteemed commentator Leo2443_YT_PHG_ oh look, a B, gonna go in and set a qualifying time?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Leo was saying that the practice session he's doing right now is his first set of practice laps. So,
interesting.
And Arrow is looking for a sit rep on where we're at right now, so I will run through our top 10 qualifiers and their times. Once again, we have Jorge sitting in P1 with a 124.659, followed by Shaggy, not too far behind at a 125.027, and then even closer behind him is Lyric with a 125.077, only 5/100 slower than Shaggy. Then we have Speed Bump in P4 with a 126.219, Pyro in P5 with a 126.444, Arrow in P6 with a 126.511, Fernando E7 with a 126.998, just under the 127s. Then in 8th place, we have Slick SHVR2 with a 127.099. Then S. Tennyson, otherwise known as Warhawk, with a 127.262. And then It's Just Carl rounding out our 10 drivers with a 128.680.
And as we Timmy,
Oh, and I will say,
Yeah.
PHG Papa, rocking a livery I created for him quite some time ago.
At a distance, it kind of looked like the PBR logo for a second. Papa's blue ribbon.
Hey, it's an alright beer.
PBR me ASAP.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's close to like the bottom of the barrel, but like you can do worse, I guess. But can you really do better?
I mean, it's not Keystone.
Or Molson Ice, I guess.
Bud Light Ice.
Oh god, Bud Light in general.
What Bud Lights?
Oh,
All right. We got T. Calvert hooking the wheel into turn 1. Or, no, that wasn't turn 1, my apologies. But hooking the wheel to try and get a little extra rotation in the car. That was some good thinking, but will it actually pay any dividends? As we've got Mr. Calvert coming through, and I believe we are just in the free practice, are we not?
Yep, we are still just practicing.
Okay, so everybody's kind of getting into an ebb and flow, maybe giving it a few minutes, see if more drivers pile in. Let's see, it looks like I feel like he's just not using enough of the track. Like, I know now he's using too much of the track.
whoops.
I mean, the Genesis is all-wheel drive, and on lap 2 it's already showing quite a bit of tire degradation, so...
Yeah, we were
looking
watching
like
in the first split, Pyro used the Genesis, and so far that seems to be about the worst car on tire wear. You get the end of lap 2 or 3, and those tires are screaming at you, especially when you have Pyro behind the wheel who can put down some blazing lap times.
Alright, I gotcha. Now, it's still commentary related, but not like this broadcast related. Sal, you're slotted to commentate on Saturday, yeah?
Not on Saturday. I will be commentating on Friday.
Okay, so you're hosting the broadcast and going to do commentary on Friday?
Right now it looks like I will be hosting, and then you,
Okay.
Leo, and then either Raider or Mustang Chuck will be providing commentary.
Okay.
And then on Saturday, I believe T-Case will be hosting like he normally does.
Yep.
And commentary will be yourself, Toon, Leo, and Mustang Chuck.
Yeah, we're going to have to touch on that because there is a possibility I will not be available Saturday as I will be going out of town to visit somebody. So right now it's up in the air. I should have a definitive answer tonight, but for all intents and purposes, I'm just going to get it set up to where I'm not doing commentary on Saturday because there is a very strong likelihood that I'm going. Where's Papa going?
Not.
But there's a very strong likelihood that I'm going to miss doing commentary on the finals for Saturday.
Okay.
So
we'll just make sure to put a word out in the production chat, and we'll see if we can get another person to raise their hand.
Where's Jay?
Well, yeah, I'm aware of that. I mean, production manager and all of that. Like, I'm aware. I just wanted to approach you first, just in case you wanted first dibs, because you do have the makings of a very, very good lead commentator. So I wanted to extend the offer to you first.
Oh, well, thank you, Toon. I am planning on being busy. If worse comes to worse, I can look at rearranging my schedule, but as of right now, I will be unavailable. We'll talk about that more offline.
Sounds good. I'm going to quickly put the word out. I'm going to just put the word out and see if anybody can step up for lead on Saturday.
Leo is supposed to be in there, but that all depends on where he qualifies for one. And honestly, we haven't solidified the broadcast schedule for the weekend. I was just looking at people's availability, so definitely need to get that finalized.
Yeah, you have made my job extremely easy, Sal, because you've like done all the administrative stuff, and I haven't even told you to. Like, you've just made my job piss easy.
Well, you know.
That's what we're all here for, is to help each other.
Yep.
All right, looks like Papa is coming around. We are in qualifying. He is finishing his outlap. Will be starting his hot lap here. So, using up all the track, trying to make sure to get as much speed as possible coming down the long straight. The only real straight on this track. Jorge asking in chat when Racer 51 is going to go, knowing that Racer 51 typically is right on his heels.
It's a shadow.
Now, you mentioned PBR. On this livery, I did put PBR into the side panels.
Ah. All right, well, looks like the Mazda 3 is not the call.
It never was.
Oh, I would imagine not. Oh, it used to be. Remember, it used to be like meta everywhere for a while, which was ridiculous.
Yeah. I loved it.
See Papa coming into the final set of corners here.
Whoa. 1 second, boys. I'm being summoned for something. 1 second.
Uh-oh. Okay. See you in a second.
Out of the final corner. Onto the straight. He's actually got a good time going here.
Yeah, he does.
125.953. So far, that puts Papa into our top 5. T. Calvert going to come across the line at 128.278.
Wow. That's moving.
That Genesis, 2 laps down, tires almost 50% gone.
Yeah.
That thing is going to be rough on race day. Probably nice, long, hard tire stint. I foresee coming.
You're going to have to.
Let's ride along with Papa here. He comes into this tricky right-hander. He navigates it. The McLaren is so well planted, though. Really no problems going through there at all.
Yeah,
He's up.
it's
1.5 tenths.
honestly a really good car. Just, again, I don't have the patience to short shift.
Check back in with T. Calvert. T. Calvert not bettering their time. See if Papa can hold this. Bring as much speed as he can. Come to the start-finish line. See if he can better that time. Oh, almost matches it exactly. He was up 1.5 tenths and lost that. T. Calvert coming into the pits. Going to put some fresh rubber on. Papa deciding to stay out.
I mean, that McLaren is good on tires as well.
Yep, 3 laps down. Still a little above 50% on the tire, on softs. Where he's at, coming into the second time check here. Again, comes through that corner nice and stable.
Sal, this does raise a question. Given the rate Papa is dancing around this circuit, if he were to finish with his current fastest lap of 125.9, where would that put him in the current standings?
In the qualifying standings, that would be 4th place.
4th place. So Papa is definitely on track to cement a split 1 lap time, assuming he can carry this momentum. Well, and he goes into the pits. He was purple, but he goes into the pits. Why would you do that, Papa?
Well, with the tires halfway down, it might be time to get into the pits, get fresh tires with a little bit lower fuel load. He's probably hoping to maybe knock a couple of tenths off rather than a couple of 100ths.
That would be a solid strategy, but with how minuscule the amount of fuel he lost was, will it actually be impactful in any way? Because he's only shed maybe an eighth of his tank. And I know, like, every pound matters in motorsport, but an eighth of a tank in GT7, I don't know if it will take that into strict consideration or not.
Yep, we will see. He was 1.5 tenths up on his second hot lap the last time. So if he can at least match that with the fresh tires, he may be able to get 2 tenths off. But
right, well,
we will see. He's the one behind the wheel. T. Calvert is 3 tenths up on their hot lap. Papa's still on his out lap right now. So we'll stay with T. Calvert here. Comes through the double kink. So they navigate this tight right-hander. Oh, keeps it pretty stable. Still a quarter of a second up.
He's definitely carrying some momentum, so maybe he can turn that into 3 tenths.
Yep, this is the section of the track where you can lose or gain most amount of time.
I really think it's just dependent on if you can hit those apexes.
Oh, absolutely. It's
Because
hitting
if
the
you
apexes
understeer,
and just seeing what kind of speed you can carry. He's trying to beat a 128.278 and does by over 3 tenths. A 127.909.
There we go.
and now Papa should be finishing his out lap, right? No, he's on his hot lap.
Yeah,
now.
he's on his at
Okay,
the beginning
so-
of his hot lap. He's coming to the first sector checkpoint. Let's see if he's up on his time. Oh, he's down by 3 tenths.
Yep. Ooh.
But, you know, sometimes these tires take more than just the out lap to get up the temp. I had noticed when I was running some test sessions that it really took till lap 3 before I started to feel like the tires really came in. Now, I don't know if that's multiplied by the tire multiplier or not.
I would assume it is, and it looks like Papa was able to shave a little bit of the time and got a little squirrely coming out of that corner. Maybe just unsettled the car getting into that divot. But I would assume it is, at the mercy of the tire multiplier, because, one lap could be 1 lap or it could be 20 laps. So it really depends. So
I just don't know if it
would
affects
say-
the heat in the tire as much as it does the wear. But
I would think so, because as your tires wear, I mean, they're getting heat in there. And so the only way we really know with like 100% certainty is if one of us, had the tire telemetry up on the screen, but we need a third-party app for all of that. And I mean, it'd still be handy, but I also don't know if it would apply in spectator view as opposed to, just being on the track where it gets the one-to-one feedback. So until somebody in the GT7 community, or even Polyphony, Papa getting squirrely kicking up some dirt there. But until we get to that point, really all we can do is speculate without, going and just doing some hands-on testing ourselves.
All right, Papa was just 2/100ths slower than his fastest after the first time check. On the second time check, he's a half second down, so it looks like he's not going to be able to improve on his 125.953.
Yep, and I think this goes to show maybe crossing the line and taking the couple hundredths off would have been the better move. But hindsight is 2020 as Papa goes rally crossing. Oh, okay.
Hey, am I seeing a McLaren go off-roading?
I just have, and I guess he was trying to, grass dip his tires, cool them off a little bit.
Didn't rewind it far enough.
That's all right.
All right, so T. Calvert with a 127.909. $127,909. That puts T. Calvert as 11th. Currently in 11th place in our 12 qualifiers we've had thus far. Papa, 125,953, is currently in P4.
Good showing from Papa and good showing from Timmy Calvert.
Should have mentioned at the beginning, T. Calvert is currently 51st in the points with 254 points. And Papa is 18th in points with 500 even.
Well, that does raise the question. Over this entire exhibition series, Sal, how many unique drivers have signed up?
We have had 59 drivers that have participated in this season so far.
All right. And that means I should be sitting somewhere down the bottom with 0 because I have yet to make a race due to technical issues or medical issues.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yep, they have you listed here with 0. So there have been 75 drivers that have registered, but only 59 have participated in this one.
Okay.
So there have been a number of drivers like yourself that have registered but just haven't been able to make a race yet. So this is the last chance. Round 4, final round. All right, looks like for this session we've got so far 3 drivers that have queued in: Slowpoke Rods, C-Dubs, and Wicked CBR.
Now,
and while these guys are going around and getting some practice in, I'm going to take a quick break, but I will leave the video up on Slowpoke Rods till I get back.
All right.
No, that's a different person too.
Okay, so it's not Wicked Quick, we're not one and the same?
No.
All right. Also, yoo-hoo, baby!
Yoo-hoo!
Alright, so while we've got, we've got our free practice going before the proper qualifier starts. Leo, since you just did since you're doing practice right now, what insights could you give on this track?
Don't die.
Well,
that's all I can really say. I mean, besides all the obvious ones like tire wear is going to be the key factor here. Those cars that are good on it are going to perform very well, and the cars that aren't are going to struggle, and better come up with a good strategy to combat that.
Okay.
Literally do 2 laps in this car that I'm in, and they're dead. Meaning the out lap in a hot lap, and they're dead. On the softs.
Okay, and it's the hards and the mediums that are required for this, or the all tires that are required.
I believe it said hard and mediums. I believe, but it could be all of them. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Well, if anything, I can just quickly go do my due diligence and boot up the PHG website, papashouseofgame.com, all one word.
Yeah.
For those of you curious, that's where you can find a lot of information about Papa, the league, and PHG as a whole. There's also a fun about page where you can read biographies on Papa, Gramarazzi, Shaggy, Titanium, Chuck, Mrs. Chuck, Sal, Leo, Rowdy, and myself, too. So it's a wealth of information in there, and honestly, I recommend everybody go take a look and see if there's something for you there. It's a grand old time. Now, going over to the GT PHG Season 2, we can see that we have all the rounds listed, the combinations, the dates and times for the broadcast, and looking over at the settings, we can see that it will be 20 laps of Sardinia Road Track B forward layout. It'll be custom weather with a 2x variable time speed rate. It'll start in the afternoon. We will have a 7x tire wear, 2x fuel rate, with a refueling speed of 10 liters a second. There will also be light mechanical damage, real slipstream. BOP will be on, of course. A 10-minute qualifier. It'll be Group 4 racing, as stated before. All tires will be usable, and all tires will be required. There'll be a weak shortcut penalty. There will be weak ghosting, no wall collisions, because we are not insane. And everything is right there on the Papa's House of Game website if you wish to learn more and see for yourself. Once again, that is papashouseofgame.com. Now that the shameless plug is over, what'd you do today, buddy?
Did a bunch of yard work, man. Getting ready to burn some tree stumps.
Neato.
Yeah, got some tree stumps we're gonna get rid of, so we gotta burn them down, and then we'll take the stump grinder and grind them down. Other than that, pretty much just hung out.
Yeah, it looks like Wicked CBR is staying in the pits. I wonder if he wasn't quite ready for this qualifier yet.
There is a slight possibility of that being the case.
It's like Slowpoke rods and C-Dubs out on the track. Should mention C-Dubs in the Ferrari currently is 21st in our point standings with 465. And Slowpoke rods, also in the Ferrari, is ranked 52 in the point standings with 250 points. I should mention Slowpoke rods has only participated in one round so far. We do remember 2 rounds count in the points, so we'll likely jump in the standings after this session.
Alright. Sal, if possible, could I trouble you to put the link to Papa's website on your stream chat? That way those watching at home can go and take a look at the settings for themselves.
It should be pinned in there.
Oh, it is? Oh, yes, it is. My apologies.
It should be right at the top. So if anybody wants to click on that, that will take you to the current standings. And from there, you can navigate to the rest of the Papa's House of Game website.
And, yep, and now that the stream chat has fully loaded for me, I see that Fernando thinks I am a 100 in his eyes. And for that, I say thank you. You are very kind. And there are some... I mean, if it was not a live broadcast, I'd have more gusto in it. But, you know, this is a official PHG broadcast, so there's no music drowning me out this time, and I cannot just fly in guns blazing.
We're all learning.
We are learning.
Personal growth. We like to see it.
Yep. Even I, the production manager for PHG, make mistakes, and I will wholeheartedly admit that.
Alright, so currently we have Slowpoke Rods is leading our qualifying session. It improves his time to a 1:25.703. C-Dubs currently with a 1:26.439. That time by Slowpoke Rods will slot them just ahead of Papa in E4 in the standings. C-Dubs getting off into the kitty litter.
That's one way to describe it.
Kicking up some dirt onto the track, but still maintaining momentum. And the Ferrari actually looking pretty good on tires here compared to what we've been seeing some of these other cars doing. C-Dub's not happy with that lap, though. It resets back to the pits. It looks like... Oh, we're still in practice. I thought we started.
No, we're still in practice, man.
All right. I should pay more attention when I come back to the seat.
Yeah, it's all right. You're learning, and, you know...
See, personal growth.
We're all human. Personal growth. That's a big point of Papa's House of Game. You know, big part of PHG. Great racers, better people, not better ingredients, better pizza, but also finding personal growth. You know, becoming a more well-rounded human being both on and off the track. That is the beauty of PHG. You should consider joining PHG through the Papa's House of Game Discord. If any of you might be interested that aren't a part of the illustrious PHG team, one of, if not the largest, GT7 team in North America, that will have to have an asterisk next to it because I don't know for sure, but it's looking like it. You may forward your inquiries to Leo2443 on YouTube and on Discord.
I should mention now that we are under official qualifying, Wicked is currently 16th in the points with 530. Hoping to crush it in this qualifying session.
All right, so Wicked's really got a lot to prove here then.
Oh, thought that was brilliant.
What?
He's got Crush on his car.
I'm more of a Fanta kind of person, but I will concede Crush is a good fruity soda.
Definitely hoping to crush it in this qualifier.
Low-hanging fruit, but sure. Also, Wicked did skid across the track a little bit when he hit that curbing, but it looks like it'll be a-okay. And luckily, this is the outlap. Let's go and take a look at C-Dubs in the Ferrari. Just a very basic number 66 livery. I think I don't know how these Ferraris are going to fare in this one. I honestly don't. Leo, how's the Group 4 Ferrari?
I don't know.
Okay, Sal, would you happen to have any insight?
You know, it looks like it hasn't been too bad on tires from what we've been seeing in the practice here. So we know that the MRs are going to do a little bit better with some of these corners. But yeah, I mean, we have seen the Ferraris fare pretty well across some of the other rounds that we've had. Some definitely some good Ferrari battles. So okay. I'm expecting to see some good things. I don't know that it's the strongest car, but the Ferraris are well known for their acceleration with as many corners as we have. And with a couple of them being tighter, having that better acceleration might be an advantage.
Well, the acceleration will definitely play a factor in the proper race, but there are also factors outside of the tire, or outside of the acceleration, of course, that we have to keep in mind. Things like, you know, fuel consumption, how good the car is on the tires, how good the driver is on those tires. As we see Slowpoke getting a little bit squirrely coming out of that last corner coming uphill, was able to save it. Very well done. Looks like ABS is the only thing he has on. I thought that might have been maybe TC or another assist, but no, that was all Slowpoke's inherent skill as Wicked comes across the line and sets a 124, 125, 125, 710, putting him higher than Papa at this current moment. So very well done, Wicked. We'll have to see if he can carry that momentum. C-Dubs coming across the line with a 126.755. That will place him in third. Slowpoke coming across the line with a 125.708.
2/1000ths of a second faster than Wicked CBR.
Yep, 0.02 of a second. That is as neck and neck as it can get. Well, barring the 1,000. And it looks like I see Slowpoke has Speedy Gonzalez on the back of his car? I can't really tell.
There you go.
I don't know if that's Speedy Gonzalez or not, but Toon, you were mentioning earlier about tire wear. Let's just take a quick look at the difference between the tire wear that Slowpoke Rods has had here after 2.5 laps compared to Wicked in the Genesis. 2.5 laps, those tires are 3/4 gone. The Genesis we have seen from 2 other drivers in these qualifying sessions is horrendous on the tires. It is a fast car, but tires are a problem, and Wicked pulling over, letting the other 2 that are still on hot laps go by. Well done.
Yeah, and we could really expand on that. Because, yes, the Genesis is a 4-wheel drive car. The Ferrari is an FR. No, it's an MR.
His time by half a
So there's definitely going to be, advantages and disadvantages to each of the cars. That Genesis is operating pretty much like a glass cannon at this point, just due to the fact that it is four-wheel drive. So it does have the grip, it has the acceleration, but as a result, the back or the front right tire is going to be chewed through like there's no tomorrow. So any soft stints for these drivers are going to be short and sweet, unfortunately, because that was only 2.5 laps, and it was already almost completely gone on that front right. So with that being said, they're going to have to really save that soft stint for the last couple of laps, and they're going to have to hope they can get a good enough lead on, drivers behind them or something, to where they will be able to really capitalize on those soft tires. Otherwise, they're going to be making their last pit later in the race, and at that point, the rest of the field may already be on tires that will last them the rest of the race. So they'll be outpaced just due to the consistency of those tires with the longer longevity. They may not be able to really set any fastest laps, but they will be able to at least have the consistency factor just due to the fact that they will last exponentially longer. And really, if you take a look at those four-wheel drive cars, it's not even indicative on if the mediums or the hards will fare any better, just due to how bad those front rights were getting chewed up in the Jennies. So the only thing that's going to have a harder time around this track is anyone in a Mazda 3. And I don't know anybody that would be that brain dead to drive a Mazda 3.
Yeah, you do.
You're right, I do.
Yep.
This was brought to you by You Should Drive the Attention.
I was trying.
And?
Terrible. Also terrible on tires.
Okay, so Mazda, why are you driving?
Just say no.
Just say no. Stop it. Get some help.
I can't.
Yes, Fernando does bring up a good point. The Mustang is also horrendous on the tires.
Yes.
So
it was looking like the FR cars are just bad on tires, but a couple guys that have been out in Supras haven't done too bad. I mean, they haven't been great, but they haven't been as bad as the Genesis or Mustang.
All right. What about other FF cars? Do we have anybody that's driving an Audi in this exhibition round? I have yet to see one.
I don't believe so.
No.
I don't think anybody chose the Audi. We do have some Alphas, Lamborghinis, Nissans, Chevrolet, Lexus, AMG. Naughty runs the AMG.
Yep.
What was the other one I was looking for? The Renault. Interesting to see what the Renault is going to do.
But the point, the point to this is nobody picked a manufacturer that has an FF car. So nobody picked Volkswagen. Nobody picked, nobody picked. We were just talking about it. It's been a long day. Nobody other than Leo picked Mazda. So that's two of them. Nobody picked Audi because the name just came back to me. So that's 3 FF cars, and nobody picked Suzuki because I know the Swift is FF if I'm remembering correctly. So,
but I don't think the Suzuki has a Group 3 car, so they couldn't.
Yeah, they do. They have the VGT.
Okay.
It's like a little motorcycle convertible.
Yeah. Oh, and Peugeot has an FF, I guess.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Audi, Peugeot, Suzuki, Volkswagen, and Mazda all have FF cars. And the only outlier here is that Leo picked the FF.
I tried the Attendant just a minute.
If you're not serious, bud, speaking as a lifelong Aston fan, the cars are, and by GT, I'm talking GT7 lifelong Aston fan. As somebody who loves the Astons, they're not great, but they'll fare better than the Mazda. Like, if I had signed with Aston and I did this race, I would be in the same split as you, and I would at least be able to be faster than you in that regard, because I know you're an A-rated driver and I am not.
Oh,
Slowpoke see if he can improve on
was.
his time. Looks like not. Wicked coming across. Doesn't improve on their time either, so it's like everybody so far has set their fastest time early on. But Slowpoke Rods and Wicked do have one last hot lap to go around. And C-Dubs is coming around for their last hot lap as well. Looks like they are about a quarter second down on their fastest. So they're going to have to make this third sector really work to see an improvement.
Well, luckily, it's times like these where people really start to shine. It's where we'll get the last-minute plays. It's where we'll get the last-second upsets. So really, we can just sit back and watch the fireworks happen because it's basically a tradition at this point. Drivers will run their qualifiers, and then once they realize it's crunch time, they somehow find all the speed they need. By and large, I mean, C-Dubs is an exception to the rule, but more times than not, these drivers do find a way to just push the car that little bit more to, you know, make their times a little bit better. And I also know when the NRL rolls around, we're going to be seeing quite a bit of that, especially in pre-quali, because there's going to be so few slots for people to really get in. And I know everybody's going to have to bring their A game. Now, coming across the line, Slowpoke honestly wasn't able to better his time, but with a time like his, I don't know. I think Jobs are good, and Wicked, unfortunately, 5 seconds down. Don't know what happened there. Maybe just pulled off to let Wicked through. Or I'm sorry, Wicked may have let Slowpoke through, but it's hard telling. But I mean, a 125.7 from Wicked and a 125.708, literally 2,000 separating both the Cornbread Racing guys. That's nothing to scoff at. Both of those guys overtook Papa in the standings, which those two times will knock Papa down to 6th overall in the qualifiers. But Papa will be able to hold on to split 1 at this current moment. Now, how will the rest of the qualifiers go? We don't know. Will tomorrow have some surprise showcases and people jump up to split 1? Who knows? But over here you can see the results for qualifying. Slowpoke Rods and Wicked CBR just separated by 0.02 of a second. That cannot be stressed enough. Literally, the front diffuser was just a millimeter or two larger than the one on the G70, and that's how that broke down. If you did a photo finish, just look at the smallest freckle. That's the margin. Now, C-Dubs came in with a 126.231, half a second behind Slowpoke. So C-Dubs set a really respectable time. So both Ferraris did show up, and that G70, being the almighty glass cannon it is, just absolutely did a tear. So hats off to all three of those drivers. Those are very respectable times regardless.
Yep, we've now had 15 drivers qualify. Slowpoke Rods and Wicked have qualified P4 and P5 provisionally. C-Dubs is provisionally sitting in P9. Looks like we'll have a bit of a break this time around. Nobody is queued up and itching to go, but we do still have 2 hours of qualifying to go. Like I said before, 15 drivers have completed. We would love to see a whole bunch more.
Yeah, we'd love to see more people come in and, you know, take a crack at it. It's open to anybody that's signed up for the PHG League. And even if you want to just sign up to just do this one race, by all means, the link is right there in the chat. Just click on it, sign up for the PHG GTWS, GTPHGWS, and just get into a lobby, get in your manufacturer's Group 4 car, and just run some laps and see what you can do. There's definitely space for everybody, and it's come one, come all. Salamander puts the Papa's House of Game link in the chat. That will take you to the official PHG website. And while you're there, if you do decide to sign up, take a look through the rest of the website. You know, take a look at the bios for some of the marshals, myself, Leo, and Sal included in there. And just really let us know what you think. It's a labor of love, really. But since we do have this downtime, with 15 people qualifying, if we see maybe another 15, actually, honestly, we might see quite a bit of drivers show up tomorrow because we've had no less than 4 splits this entire season. So honestly, within the next 2 hours, we'll more than likely wind up seeing more drivers come in, and then Saturday or tomorrow night's qualifier is going to be all hands on deck because people realize, oh, I can't put this off anymore. We've got to go in there.
Yeah, day 2 of qualifying typically is a little busier just because people have had their additional practice in, and like you said, it's the last chance. So anybody who wants to compete needs to finish that off. But a number of people do take advantage of that additional practice time. Ends up for a busy day 2. Now, the fact that we've had 15 come through already is promising. That's nice to see. I think last week we only had, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we had 19 after day 1. And then had, I think it was 22 or 23 on day 2. So, and it looks like we do have Racer 51 come into the lobby. Racer 51 is currently second in our overall point standings for this season, so another person to keep your eye on to set some crazy fast lap times here.
And Jorge was definitely chomping at the bits to see what Racer 51 will do in his Group 4 Supra. So, honestly, I think Jorge is going to be on the edge of his seat just paying close attention to how Racer 51 dances around this track zone.
Looks like the car has seen some better days, but that doesn't stop Racer 51. He'll take whatever you give him, beater or not, and make it fast.
I mean, it's a Supra. It's automatically a beater, but carry on.
All opinions are valid.
Just like Clarkson, I am the voice of calm and reason. So, I mean, the only opinion that matters is mine because I am Toon, production manager.
Did you just call yourself calm?
Yes, I am the voice of calm.
You don't sound calm. You sound like you've had 3 cups of coffee at all times.
It's just because I'm commentating. It's literally just because I'm commentating. Leo over here has heard me when I am not commentating, and I do not sound this wired.
No. Sometimes.
Yes, on some occasions I can be this wired, or even more wired, but more times than not, I am very short-tempered.
Indeed.
Well, you have destroyed my worldview, so
I
don't know what to believe anymore.
Just believe that I give everything I can when I'm in the commentary booth, as long as it's the PHG or the NRL. Any other league, I'm literally just messing around.
Here we got Jorge in the chat. Here we go. What the people want to see. We all want to see how Jorge reacts to this qualifying session.
Honestly, if Jorge wants... honestly, I would love to quickly interview Jorge about his thoughts on Racer 51 and all that. So Jorge, if possible, and if you're okay with it, you're more than welcome to, jump into one of the voice chats in Papa's server, and we would love to just drag you in and have a word with you. And pick your brain about, the dominant season you have had.
Honestly, yeah, that'd be pretty cool, actually.
If he's up for it, I will add him to the production role, so he can.
I can just drag him in. I can just drag him in.
Or you can just drag him in if he wishes to talk.
Cat.
Yep.
Racer 51 in practice here with a 124.958. The only other driver we've seen in the 124s. Just getting warmed up.
It's a Slowpoke Rodriguez sticker. Okay.
Ooh. That's enough practice for me.
All right, Leo, get in there.
No.
You mean enough practice today?
Yeah.
More practice tomorrow.
Well, all right, and looks like we will be speaking with the overall leader in the PHG series. So, let's all give a warm welcome to... Oh, bye, Jorge. Get back here, bud. What? There we go. Okay, there we go. Now we've got Jorge. Welcome, sir. It is very nice to speak with you.
Hello, Jorge. Is he muted?
No, he's not muted. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Oh, what's up, man?
Not a whole lot. So you've been waiting for Racer 51's qualifier, and he has been on your heels this entire season. What are you going to be paying attention to the most with this?
I don't care. As long as me or Racer 51 wins the next race and Wade from CBR does not win. That's all I care about. I actually want him to do well, and I don't even care if he's in front of me.
That's awesome.
Really? Okay. So, why is it so...
I'm playing the long game.
Playing the long game, okay.
This is the final round. This is the end of the long game.
Right. That's the point. I mean, I don't think I'd have to go back and check. I don't think Racer 51 can beat me in points, or I guess he can. I don't know. I've been more focused on beating Wade, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Racer 51 is currently 30 points behind you in the standings. So, you know,
maybe I should rethink this.
Just a tiny bit.
30 points is only like 4 spots. So.
Yeah. No,
And this extra 5 points, we should remind everybody, there is 5 bonus points on the line for whoever is the fastest in the split qualifier, which Jorge has captured for the first 3 rounds.
Yep.
Right, and my quality lap was okay. I had 2 or 3 more tenths in me, so I don't know. That seems to be the way it usually goes, kind of the pressure. But let's see. Oh, this is his out lap.
Yep, he is on the flyer now in that beaten up Group 4 Supra. So yeah, I gotta ask, why is it so important that Wade does not beat you?
Well, I mean, I want to win, obviously. Wade is from CBR, and so there's that. But on top of it, that the way I've just been looking at the points is, I think that if I've been looking at the points versus me and Wade, and so I feel like I think if he wins, but if I get and maybe some extra points. So the bottom line is I just want, I'm fine with Racer 51 being like right behind me and just creating space. I'm just looking at it from that perspective.
Okay, so you're looking at this more logically. There's no like personal grievances or anything like that. It's just trying to find methods for you to put yourself in the best position possible.
Yeah, no, I have nothing. I actually run practice races with those guys, and yeah, no, I have nothing against them at all. But I'm looking at it as there's some type of rivalry there, like
right, healthy competition.
Right, it's all in good fun, nothing personal.
All right, and it looks like Racer 51's at a 125, 183,
163. Yep. So
163.
125 has some room to go to try to catch up to Jorge. Surprisingly enough, that the times are so close, that puts Racer 51 4th in the qualifying order so far.
Oh wow! So, Jorge, how much practice do you wind up putting into these races?
I might do, I don't know, it depends. Like All Sauce, I had never run that track, ever. So, yeah, I put in quite a bit of time because I was figuring I was kind of behind the 8 ball, that someone else must have been more familiar with it, and so I had to get up to speed. So, I don't know. I mean, I usually do maybe like an hour a day, get on the game. Maybe a little more on the weekends.
Honestly, it doesn't look like you put in that little practice with how easy you make this look. Like, how are you so fast?
I'm just determined to win because I hate losing. I know everyone says like, oh, they're competitive and they want to win, but like for me, it like genuinely bothers me. So I'm like, I end up putting in too much time telling myself not to, but I'm like, just a little more little more practice because I really don't want to come in second place.
Okay, so it's the mindset of if you're not first, you're last. Second is the first loser.
Kind of, but then as the season goes on, like in this race, I'm not really looking at, like, I don't care if I win this race. I just care about the points. So I got to go look at the points and see, like, okay, where do I need to end up? Obviously, like, I'll go into the race and just go, okay, just be safe and try and win the race. But at the end of the day, if I figure out third with a bunch of bonus points gets me the win, then yeah, I'll shoot for that, you know.
Okay, so you're trying to establish a baseline then.
Yeah, I guess more or less.
Okay.
51 is 1.5 tenths up on their fastest lap.
Oh.
Yep.
That would put them into the 124 range. Looks like they'll still have 3 to 4 tenths they need to gain to catch Jorge.
The question
I wouldn't be surprised if he does it right here. That's a good first sector, I think. So let's see. Hard to push this car around this track.
Still up by
looks like he
10.
actually lost a bit of time.
And then you get a good lap going, and then of course that very last turn, you don't want to blow your good lap, so you slow down too much and you lose all your progress.
Ooh, a little bit of rally crossing. Hopefully that doesn't scrub too much time off. He's coming across, revving the daylights out of it, and will he get into the 24s? And he does. 124.977.
Hey, there you go.
And that still puts him, what, about a quarter of a second behind you, Jorge?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, Jorge had a 124.659. So about 0.3. But that does put Racer 51 solidly in P2.
And now we just got to wait on Wade.
And Racer 51 should be able to get back to the pits and get 2 more laps out of this. Might get 1 more hot lap in.
He's going to go with the burn off the fuel strategy.
Looks like it.
He can't improve his time. I think it's almost impossible to improve your time on this second flying lap.
Yeah, especially when the tire degradation comes into play. Honestly, I'm surprised we haven't seen people just go full Hako strat and just focus on keeping the car in like first or second and burn off all the fuel that way. Everybody's been running their laps normally and then just only shedding a little bit of fuel.
I don't know. I mean, I tested that a month ago, and it really did not burn off very much fuel at all, or like a very negligible amount compared to just running a normal lap and kind of revving the car out a little bit more than usual. So I don't know if it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it at all, because then you end up doing this ridiculously slow, frustrating lap, and you're probably burning like a quarter of a gallon extra or something, you know, some tiny amount.
Okay. Leo, any questions for Jorge? I gotta step away for a sec.
Not at the moment. No, honestly. I mean, the only other question I got is, will you be participating in NRL?
I don't know. I mean, I heard McNaughty say there's going to be a lot of random car selection and stuff, so I don't know. I might need a break after this too. But I heard Papa say that the full season of PHG is not starting for a couple months. So
I think they're planning on having the legitimate season 2 is going to start. I think it's 2 weeks after NRL finishes. And NRL is going to be 6 weeks, 5 races, with one off week in the middle.
Yeah, so maybe I'll do it. I thought the full season was going to run basically right after this. But if there's going to be a 2-month gap, then yeah, I'll probably do it.
Yeah, we didn't want to overlap with NRL. McNaughty and Shaggy had talked about it to make sure that they lined up their production time so that they don't interfere with each other.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Racer 51 coming here to the line. Let's see. Or no, that's the out lap.
Yeah,
now
honestly,
is
Jorge,
his final hot lap.
I think you would absolutely kill it in the NRL with the performance you've shown, and I mean, just the caliber of drivers that show up in there, I could definitely see you walking away with some money in your pocket if you compete in the NRL.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not that familiar with it, but I think it's, from what I've heard, it's incredibly stacked. So
It is.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah,
I've been there since day one. It is stacked.
I mean, we
Yeah,
haven't
it's
seen
like-
World Tour drivers start to show up yet, but Racer 51 loses it coming out of that
Whoa.
corner. Does not bend the car, but that is going to cost him some time.
That is going to cost him dearly.
But no, like I was saying, we haven't seen any World Tour drivers show up there, but people like Hako
Yet.
and Mullet are insanely fast, which,
Yeah.
you know, could certainly be some stiffer competition for Jorge.
No, 100%. I mean, I'm not probably not on Haka's level. I've raced Mullet before, but yeah. So just adds more stress to the whole game.
But that's the fun part about it.
Is it?
It can be.
I don't know about all that.
I mean, there is just this thing with the NRL. When people sign up for it, it literally will consume their life for the next couple months while it's going on, just because everybody is trying to just get better. And that was actually one of like the main things for the NRL when it started, was to push drivers to do better. And especially in like seasons 1, 2, and 3, we had Hako and Mullet. Like, they were out there coaching everybody and like trying to help everybody get better. And like it I don't know what it is. There's just something magical about it. It's like the World Tour light in a sense, because, well, it's like 6 of us commentating and none of us are named Jimmy Broadbent or Tom whatever the hell his name is. But like they give everything they have every race, and it's just a terrific time. Leo's even raced it. Sal's raced it. Sal actually almost beat Hako in the finals for season 1.
I will say
But,
that the only reason that I was that close was because I was a pit stop behind, but I certainly made it entertaining for about 3 laps there at the end. I do go watch that video every now and then just to make myself feel better.
Let's see, we're 24-9.
Yeah, Racer 51 ends up finishing with that 124.977. That does slot him P2 in our list of 16 qualifiers thus far. He was on a pretty good hot lap there for that final one, but had a big bobble that cost him quite a bit of time. So, you know, it's always one of those where, you know, under pressure, just how well can you do? But still, P2, I mean, not far behind. I mean, that's not a bad time for someone who's saying that they cracked.
Yeah, it's tough. I'm always 2 or 3 tenths slower in the official qualifying lobby. I was doing 24.3s right before I came in to qualify, and then of course did a, you know, almost like a 24.7. So was that almost half a second off? So
Well,
it gets to you.
That does raise a question, though, Jorge. Did you have equal conditions mode on like it is in the qualifier lobby where there's no wind?
Yeah, I did. We did.
All right, then, yeah, it's definitely just something to do with the psyche of the drivers during these lobbies.
It's the pressure for sure. I'm reading Shaggy say he nerfs the drivers. He does.
Yeah.
So, but
He also doesn't reset the lobby.
I don't know if it matters, does it? I think it stays the exact same time of day and the same weather and everything. So it shouldn't matter as far as I know. I don't know. I'm always 100% always slower in Shaggy's lobbies, so he does something.
Yeah, it's got to be. He maybe fiddles with the bop and doesn't tell us.
Exactly.
Bop on, nerf Jorge on. Yeah, there it is.
I knew it. Anyways, all right, guys, I'm gonna get off here. Nice talking to you.
Yeah.
Thanks for stopping in, Jorge.
man.
It was great talking to you.
Yeah, likewise. Have a good one.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
All right. So, after a very enlightening talk with the overall leader in the PHG GT, yada, 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 We definitely learned quite a bit, especially what runs through the mind of, you know, the top driver so far. And I know he's also going to be waiting with bated breath for Wade's qualifier, so will Wade qualify tonight is the $1 million question. Will McNaughty qualify tonight? Will we see, you know, some of the creme de la creme qualifying tonight, or will they use tonight as extra practice and then just come in tomorrow?
Yeah, of the top 10 guys in the points, like we mentioned, Wade and Spazua and Bobagito are 3rd, 4th, 5th in the standings. They all need to qualify. We also are waiting on Rick Shear, who is currently 7th in the standings, XJK85X, who is 9th in the standings, and Better Dan, who's 10th.
Better Dan!
Along with McNaughty in 11th, but we usually anticipate him coming in day 2.
Okay.
We shouldn't discount Fast Cougar, who is 12th in the standings. Also a very fast driver, has yet to put in a qualifying time today.
All right. So there's still plenty of time for drivers to come in and, you know, try and set a time. Leo, have you learned any, you know, tricks or anything watching some of these drivers, or are you kind of just looking at your car and feeling the existential dread?
The second one, too.
Existential dread, got it. All right.
I'll take
Ladies and
existential
gentlemen, boys
dread
and
for
girls,
300,
non-binary
Alex.
individuals of all ages. I'm just gonna quickly throw this out. Find the nearest beverage to you, crack it open, and pour it out for Leo because he is not gonna survive.
No.
Maybe say some words for the recently deceased driving career that is Leo2443. You know, we'll open the floor to public eulogies. I'll start. So Leo was a man. All right, next. Last I checked, I don't know.
Wait, you checked?
I'm gonna need a specialist. I mean, he's bald. Unless he's like Jada Pinkett Smith and has alopecia, I don't know.
No, I just was not blessed with hair.
He was not blessed with the hair. I would pour out my Diet Pepsi, but you know, I don't want to stain my carpet, and I like my Diet Pepsi, so I'm not doing it. I'll pour one out in spirit, buddy.
Okay. I don't know. Both the cars I just tried, awful.
It's okay.
Getting close to the 125s though.
Well, so what's common between those two cars?
They're terrible.
The front tire's dying.
I was going to say the driver is what's common between the two cars.
That's fair enough.
God, all right. Looks like Sheld's coming in hot. It looks like Comey's gonna pour some water out for you, bud.
Okay. Thank you. Gotta stay hydrated some way.
Yeah, stay hydrated unless you're like me and I just drink fucking Pepsi. Alright, so Rick still needs to qualify, right?
Yes. Which is probably why he's asking for a rundown of the times so far. Should I go through all 16? We got 16 drivers.
Yeah, screw it. We got time. All 16.
Yeah,
pay attention, y'all.
All right, so first and foremost, we've got Jorge Sr., who has qualified P1 thus far with a 1:24.659. Racer 51, we just got done watching, put in a P2 qualifying time of 1:24.977. Shaggy currently provisionally in P3 with a 1:25.027, followed very closely by Lyric at a 1:25.077. Slowpoke Rods brings us to P5 with a 1:25.708. Wicked CBR with a 1:25.710 in P6. Papa P7 with a 1:25.953. Speed Bump P8 with a 1:26.219. Pyro P9 with a 1:26.444. C-Dubs in P10 with a 1:26.423. Wait, that doesn't sound right. I think C-Dubs is P. I got these wrong. C-Dubs is P9 with the 423. Pyro is P10 with the 1:26.444. I don't know how I got those mixed up.
That's all right.
Arrow is in P11 with a 1:26.511. Fernando P12 with a 126.998. Slick. P13 with a 127.099. S. Tennyson or Warhawk in 14th with a 127.262. T. Calvert, P15 with a 127.909. And It's Just Carl in P16 with a 128.680.
So we've got about a 4-second gap between P1 and P16 at the moment. And that's only going to change more as more of these drivers come in. So we do have a wide array of drivers with different qualifying times, different cars. You can see Shelled in the NSX. So it's going to be interesting to see how that car fares around here. I know it was the meta at Watkins Glen for some reason. So coming in and doing a little bit of practice in the Lemonheads livery. I mean, you know, we got another snack livery, so we can tick that one off the list. You know, and apparently a message for drivers behind him telling them to, quote, suck on these lemons. What these lemons are, I don't know, but suck on them, I guess.
I do believe we have actually started qualifying. The lobby, it shows the lobby being open for only 1 minute, so I believe this is a live qualifier.
All right,
Okay.
so we are in a live qualifier. Sweet. So as we see Shelled get into the rhythm on the outlap, do you guys think the 7 times tire wear is fair, or do you think it might be a little too high given some of the tire degradation we have seen on these racing sauce with these drivers? Like, let's try and analyze that real quick.
Well, being in the commentary booth, I think it's probably not enough. I think we should up the tire wear even more.
You're right. You know what? You're right. Absolutely, Sal. I couldn't have said it better myself. I don't think times 7 tire wear is enough for these guys. It is the final round of the PHG GT something 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 Season 2 exhibition. These guys have fought, sweat, and bled to make it this far. They never gave up. So you know what you should do to reward their dedication? Times 10 tire wear.
Punishment!
Punishment! You made it
Why?
this far. You're feeling good. You're feeling mighty. Well, congratulations. You're all masochists now because you're going to enjoy driving with times 10 tire wear, making it 1 lap on those softs, and you're going to like it.
Oh, I love when
can
two
I
goes
get
on a roll.
an objection to that?
No objection.
Objection's
You drive
not
a
allowed.
Mazda.
Oh.
Your opinion doesn't matter here.
Oh,
100 laps, max tire, max fuel. It's going to be a 16-hour race.
At the Nordschleife.
Yeah, Titanium
No.
gets it. Punishments.
Punishment.
No, it's a legitimate thing that I cannot say on stream, but it is a legitimate thing. I'm just going to throw that out there right now, Chief.
10 times tire, 10 times, 60 times. Why?
It's going to go day, night.
All right, careful,
It'll be
guys.
like a-
Leo, we're going to make Leo cry, and we can't have that happen.
Good.
Oh,
All right, Shell putting in a 126.190 for the first
Good
lap.
start and
Going to reset back to the pits.
I guess he's wanting as fresh of a run as possible.
yeah,
It just saves time.
possibly.
We'll put in more hot laps, not driving it all the way around, especially with that fuel burn being so negligible. But
Yeah,
that 126.190 provisionally puts him in P8 on the qualifying order.
All right, P8's a solid start, but I know Sheld's going to have more time in him than that, so maybe we're going to see Sheld put the pieces together and get into, you know, the low 125s. We might see Sheld take P4 because it seems everybody's kind of just been on a trend of this qualifier of saying who can take P4 like it's a game of hot potato. Sheld coming in through the downhill section, missing the curb, running wide, keeping within track limits, and starting to make his way up the hill, braking on the peppermint pinstripe curbing, running out, missing the curb as to not get bounced out, and setting himself up to run through. We did see Papa get pretty squirrely over here, but it looks like Sheld is going to keep that Honda planted. Now, as he comes in through turn, who cares? and runs a little bit wide, getting some slight dirt on the driver's side tires, but luckily, because GT, am I right, since all 4 tires were not in the dirt, he doesn't have dirty tires, because somehow that makes sense. GT, am I right? And onto the hot lap he goes.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, you literally will not get dirty tires in this game unless all 4 tires are off the track.
Good to know.
Yeah, Tidge did a video on it like a while ago, and like explained that you don't actually get dirty tires unless all 4 are off the track, and that doesn't include, you know, all 4 tires on the curb. It's got to be like in the dirt, in the grass, on the, you know, AstroTurf at Spa, because they thought that was a great idea. And I love Spa with a fiery passion. Like, that's my favorite track, but the AstroTurf made no sense. But as we got Shelled coming up onto the curbing, getting the apex a little bit. Ooh, getting a teensy bit squirrely, but was able to hold it. I know that little wiggle is going to cost him. But, yep, but it didn't cost him too much. And coming up towards the second time check. Yeah, we got 2 time checks for this, right? Or no?
Yep, that was
I
the
believe
second
so,
one.
yes.
That was the second one? Okay. So, coming in towards the start-finish straight, will he be able to carry all that momentum? Looks like he's revving the daylights out of 3rd and shifting up into 4th. Will it be enough to get him a 1/4 of a second up on his time? Coming across the line with a 125. Oh, half a second. 125.743.
There we go.
Fire.
I think he's one of the few people that figured that sector out.
Wow. Yeah, you were right.
Now with
Teams maybe
the
125s.
from 2nd to 6th place being as close as it is, that time, a 125.743, puts him up to P7 in the qualifying.
All right.
We have to remember Slowpoke Rods and Wicked CBR did a 125.708 and 710. We'll have 3 guys right around that same time, unless Shell can continue to get faster.
I don't know. He's a 1/4 of a second down on his fastest lap right now, so he may have outbroke himself or something, but he's going to just keep boot scooting and boogieing or something.
He would have time to hit the pits and get some fresh rubber and get 1 more hot lap.
I think hitting the pits might be the best opportunity here, because he is dropping time like crazy right now. I don't know what happened there, but I'd say, yeah, go to the pits. Just don't refuel and just see what you can work with. But will Sheld actually go into the box? It looks like he will, because he is watching the broadcast. Hi, Sheld. How you doing? Hope you're well. Hope you enjoy the eavesdropping. We love being your in-ear entertainment while you drive. Legitimately, we hope you do well.
Indeed.
Also, as I am listening, for some reason I still sound like I'm in an arena.
Not on my end.
I know, I have the broadcast too, and I don't know, it sounded like there was a little bit of a, you know, grandiose stage, like the, you know, you're at the track, you hear the commentators, which, I mean, I like it. I enjoy it. You know,
I wouldn't be surprised if when you get overly boisterous if my microphone is picking up on the audio, because I don't use headphones. So I have just speakers, and so I'm listening to it, but it's behind my microphone, and it's not supposed to be picking up things behind it, but with the way sound works, it wouldn't surprise me if it picks it up a little bit.
You know what, that is totally fair, but I mean, I'm not complaining. I think it's a neat effect. The nice arena effect and everything makes me feel more, you know, grandiose. It makes me, it feels like there's power behind the words I speak as I commentate, you know. Really puts respect on my position. But I really don't know. But I still think it's cool. But it looks like Sheld is going to take it a little bit easy on this outlap from the looks of it. Not really using all the track, but...
Trying to save those tires as much as possible for this last flyer.
Yep, this is the last-ditch effort. And now, I will state that the NSX and, like, Honda, it isn't, like, my go-to or anything like that. I mean, I drive a CRV and that thing has like gotten me like wherever I needed to go, even with 250,000 miles on it. But like, I don't know, just Honda itself, not like my first choice or something that like I really enjoy, but I will concede the Group 4 NSX does look very nice. That is a very nice looking sports car. It looks, I don't know what it is. It's nice. It's nice to look at. It's not annoyingly, oh, and there's, you know, Sheld going up a 10th on his fastest lap. So we've got progress. Last ditch effort, folks. But as I was trying to say, like, it's not overly flashy and like a poster car like a Ferrari or a Lamborghini or that stupid Bugatti. And it looks way better than a Supra. It looks better than a GTR. It definitely doesn't look as good as an Aston. It looks better than a Mazda, and I don't know where Sheld lost all that time. But I don't know, it's just a visually... Yeah, it's just a visually appealing car. And it's beauty, but it's like it's a tame beauty. Like, it's a great looking car, but nobody's gonna sit there and go, oh my god, I have to have this NSX, oh my god, it's so good, it's the most amazing car ever. Ouch. I don't know.
Have
you seen
a hot lap too, and then
yeah.
Just tried to push it a
Have
little
you
too
actually
hard.
seen the NSX in real life?
Yeah, I've seen the you know, the GT3 NSX that they race under Acura.
Yeah. So
I
like,
mean, it's still
we were
a
talking
good
about
looking car.
Yes, even in like normal, like go to the dealership and buy prospect. Fun fact, it's actually a hybrid.
Really?
Yeah. In our world, it's a hybrid.
I don't know. The NSX is one of those cars that if somebody handed me the keys to it, I wouldn't be mad. Like, I wouldn't hate it. I would humbly accept it as a gift. But like, if somebody handed me the keys to like a Lamborghini or a Ferrari or a Bugatti or a Supra or a GTR or something, I'm gonna throw the keys right back at them and be like, I don't want this.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Sheldologist finishing this qualifier with a 125.743 puts him provisionally P7 in our qualifying order. I'll also mention that Sheldologist is currently 20th in our point standings with 470 points.
All right. Do you think you'll be able to make some big enough moves to skyrocket in the standings, though, Sal?
I don't know. As you like to say, only time will tell. Anything can happen.
Yes, sir. And Bobagito's in here, so everybody buckle up. We're going to have to see what CBR's got in store for us. And we've also got him in the Nissan GTR.
Yep.
And the...
Bobagito is currently 5th in the point standings, so definitely near the top. This is one of our guys that could threaten for the top 5 spots.
Definitely could. Group 4 GTR is all-wheel drive, isn't it?
Correct.
Oh, this will be
Like in real
interesting.
life.
Oh yeah, this is going to be real interesting.
The only ones
as
that
the tire wear?
are all
Yeah.
the Group 3 stuff. That's where it gets complicated, because all the Group 3s are either MRs or FRs.
Yep. So MR, FR, because apparently an RR isn't going to happen. Sylvia over the GT. You see, honestly, I think the Sylvia would be a neater pick.
Yeah.
Because you never see anybody race the Sylvia, and there's like, what, 2 different Group 4 Sylvias?
I think so.
Well, and the Sylvia used to be meta back in the early GT7 days, and then I don't know if they nerfed it or what, but it stopped being meta after a while.
Well, it's like the Aston Martin DBR9. That thing used to be meta, and then PD happened. I don't know. We'll see what the GTR is made of, but it being all-wheel drive, I'm not holding my breath. I know Bobagito is an amazing driver. It's just the car isn't good in this situation. But as we've got Jimmy K9 CBR, I didn't know Jimmy K9 was part of CBR. Oh. I don't know when he joined that, but he's in the Porsche. Good call.
Go.
Oh. He's got
All right,
Shaggy in the rear window in his ear.
He does.
Maybe that's going to help him out.
It could. It definitely could. But I know the Group 4 Porsche isn't really a car we see. But I don't know. Maybe some magic can happen as we see the Flintstones on this GTR. All right. Let's see. We got a Hanna-Barbera nod, and you know it's a timeless classic.
Indeed.
But it's now going to be a game, you know, MR. Wait, Group 4 Porsches. Yeah, Group 4 Porsches.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's going to be MR versus all-wheel drive. So it's going to be real interesting to see how this works. Now, I do have a question because some of the all-wheel drive cars in Group 4 are front engine and some are rear engine. Does that actually play a factor in anything?
Maybe with how it goes through the corner, just because of weight distribution.
I mean, certainly the handling characteristics between a front engine car and a rear engine car is significant.
Yes.
How you tame that is really dependent on driving style. You know, there are some people that will make a mid-engine car seem like the fastest thing in the world, and then there's others that'll make a front engine car seem like the fastest in the world.
Which I don't understand because Porsche is actually rear engine wheel drive.
Well, due to balance of performance and everything, I don't even think the real life. Do they even still have a real life GT3 Porsche? I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think the real life GT3 Porsche is RR. I think it's been changed over to be an MR, so they had to change, you know, placement of the engine and all of that. And I'm just gonna Google it.
There you go.
There we
I know,
go.
like their standard cars is still engine in the back.
Let's see. The Porsche GT3 are Rennsport, is a limited edition track for smart sport car. No, this one's not for FIA GT3.
Alright, looks like both of our drivers are ready. Qualifying is going to get underway.
Alright.
Rexy was Group 3 now.
I think Rexy and Roxy are both Group 3.
Okay, so it looks like the new GT3 for Porsche Motorsport is indeed rear engined, but the GTE Pro Class one is not. So the way the GTE Pro Class 911 RSR is set up, it was controversially mounted to where it effectively made it a mid-engine car. But with the new GT3, it actually has the proper rear-engine, rear-wheel drive characteristics of the actual road-going Porsches. And in order to assist the underbody aero, they had to actually tilt the engine forward 5.5 degrees, allowing the rear diffuser to sit taller and work with more airflow.
Such a crazy amount.
There we go. We've all learned something.
Yeah. I would not want to pull the engine on that thing.
I would not either. The oil change on that must be a catastrophe.
I was thinking about pulling the engine. There's probably so many hoses and hose clamps and all bunch of crap.
Where the hose at?
Everywhere.
All right. There we go. Now we know. How about that?
Looks like Bobagito about to start his first flyer.
I'm curious what the... now we're just gonna fall down the Tunes ADHD rabbit hole. We're gonna actually take a look at what GT4 cars are actually racing these days. So we've got the Group 4 Vantage. Oh, this is back in 2024. Give me 2025. What are you doing? Okay, so we've got a Group 4 Audi, we got a Group 4 Aston, we got Group 4 BMW, Chevy, Ford, McLaren, AMG, Nismo, Porsche, and Toyota. So, what's the... Oh, so the Group 4 Nissan isn't even a GTR, it's a Z.
Oh, that makes more sense.
It's a Nissan Z. They don't even do the GTR, come on, man. But I think Toyota went to the 80s. Nope. They're still doing the Supra, even though the 86 was designed to replace it.
GTRs in the game?
Yeah, we've got a bunch of different GTRs in the game. But I recall something where Toyota was actually trying to use the 86 to replace the Supra because they could do more with the 86.
Really?
But I guess they're going to just keep it with the GR86 Cup. Because, I mean, if you really look at it, the 86 is configured similarly to the Supra, but...
700. Another 125.7.
That was a good lap.
126.4. So there are now 4 drivers in the 125.7 range.
That is insane. Alright, so what else have we got here? McLaren's running the 570.
Okay.
So there's that. Audi is running a Group 4 or GT4 R8.
Okay. Vegeto's ahead by a quarter second in the first sector.
BMW is running an M4.
Shocker.
Aston is obviously running a Group 4 Vantage. Porsche is running the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. It is, the actual nomenclature for it is Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport.
Well, Vegeto's still up by 0.2.
And this is also
about dead even this time.
But bear in mind, this is also the SRO Pirelli GT4 America series. So there are things like the KTM Group 4 car, which does look pretty interesting. It has like a fighter pilot cockpit for getting in and out. It's really weird, but in a fascinating kind of way.
Vegito does increase their lap time by 1.5 tenths, which provisionally puts them as P5 in our qualifying order. We should point out that, as we expected, after 3 laps, those tires are losing about a quarter of their tire per lap. That front right might be completely dead by the time he gets around to the pits.
Well, the people in that C4 are going to have an advantage. They can go forever.
What's the TGR? Alright. Oh, okay, this is ridiculous. Why is it that the European version of GT4 gets like more manufacturers? They get Lotus, Alpine, they get Ginetta, and they also have KTM somewhere in here. Yet all we get is like the basic run-of-the-mill stuff. Like, oh, what are you guys doing? Let me see an Alpine racing over here in the States. I've actually seen a Lotus in person, and first off, I gotta say, this is a very, very nice looking car. Like, I saw a Lotus Elise. Oh my god, that thing was actually very sleek. Like, if I could get my hands on one, I wouldn't even drive it. It's just one of those, I would have it just to, like, put it in a garage and look at it. Because I have no interest in driving it. It's just very nice to look at. But Like, they get all the other fun stuff.
I'm about to blow your mind. That Lotus Elise,
Uh-huh.
guess what it's powered by?
Let me guess, it's powered by a damn Mazda.
Nope, Toyota. Yep. If it's the small, the two-seater, it's a Corolla engine with a turbo or supercharger.
I've also seen this Lotus Amira. Nice looking vehicle. I've also seen a McLaren 650 in person, and oh my god, that thing is pretty.
Yeah, they're very, very pretty cars in person.
Yeah,
and
McLarens
the
are...
Lotus Evora is the 3.3 liter V6 out of a Toyota Camry.
Out of a Camry?
Supercharged. Yeah, the old school style Camry. Yeah, but it's fast.
Huh. Also, I'm actually looking at this. Oh, hold on. The McLaren used in the European series is different than the one in the American series. So in the American series, it's a 570. Over in the European series, they're using a McLaren Artura GT4 car.
I have no idea what that is.
I've never heard of it. I mean, it's built like a McLaren because, well, it's a McLaren. But,
Yeah.
and I will say, I despise how well those cars hold on to their value. Oh my god, I hate it so much.
Much thought after.
They are, and I can see why. Astons and McLarens have to be like the pinnacle of British cars. The only difference is for some reason the Astons plummet in value, which is why I can get one for like 40 grand. I can go get a DBR. I can go get a DB9 for like 40,000 if I go to Chicago.
Hey, there you go.
Listen, with them being that cheap, once I buy a house, dude, I am getting me an Aston.
Vegito up another 10th, heading into the final sector.
Will Vegito be able to get into that threshold, get closer to the 24 territory? Will Vegito be able to take P4 for like the 4th time tonight? Going off in the grass, I don't think
P4 has
he
a
will.
pretty tight tolerance.
It does, and it looks like Vegito's going back into the box.
He's not going to be able to make it out for another round. I'm not sure why they went in. Did they bobble in Sector 3?
I guess. What's the...
Jimmy knocked a quarter second off their time.
Alright, gents. Unfortunately, I've got to go. Got to get everybody to bed.
Alright, Leo, thanks for sticking with us.
Yeah. I'll see me tomorrow with the qualifier. Hopefully. Maybe not. I don't know. I can't not say yes or no.
That's alright, man.
Yeah.
Before you go, let me just leave this nugget of information for you. Maserati still races in GT4.
Really?
That's
Yeah,
wild.
they have a... Yeah, there's a Maserati Gran Turismo MC GT4 car.
That's wild. I didn't think Maserati was a thing.
Yeah, and it looks like there is a GT86 GT4 car somewhere. But then again, the Toyota GR86 and the BRZ are the same car.
Yeah, with the same motor.
Yeah.
Subaru.
Chevron GR8.
But anyways, gents, y'all have a good rest of y'all's night. And I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Have a good night, Leo.
Night, man.
Night, guys.
Is it GT4 Miata?
Jimmy not get a better lap time on that final lap around. But a 126.172. Not bad.
Not a bad time whatsoever. There's still plenty of, opportunities to, be bumped up and stuff like that as more people come in and qualify.
Alright, we had mentioned at the beginning of this that Webcam is currently 5th in the points. 730. Jimmy K9 is 15th in the points, 550. So both these guys near the top of the points.
You gotta be kidding me.
All right, so Bobagito with a 125.553 puts them in P5 provisionally in our qualifier. Jimmy K9 with a 126.172 puts them provisionally in P10. We have had 19 drivers set a qualifying time so far today, with another hour left to go in qualifying.
All right. Well, luckily, that's an hour where anything can happen, an hour where anything will happen. And also, for those of you that might be a little jaded with Gran Turismo and might also be fans of NASCAR, I just want to quickly bring your attention to this. Forza actually has the new NASCAR cars, like the 2024 NASCAR Cup cars. They've got those over there. And what do we get? We get a Mercedes farm truck. Forza has better cars than us.
Okay, so that's a legit gripe.
That is a very legitimate gripe. I know if Papa could get his hands on those NASCAR cars, oh, this league would be totally different.
I still don't understand. They had the NASCAR cars in Gran Turismo 5. Why they haven't had them now doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
I honestly wish I had an answer for that, but it just seems like PD has been mishandling licenses for everything. And it seems like the only way we're going to get anything new is if, car manufacturers just go and throw money at PD and say, hey, add this in for us. And what do you mean Forza 5 is coming to PlayStation?
Wasn't Forza supposed to be an Xbox exclusive? That was their big...
It is.
That's their big racer.
Yes, their answer to Gran Turismo. And I mean, Forza, yeah, Bobby even agrees. It would be way different. But, yeah, I know in, what was it? Forza... Oh, lordy. It was one on the Xbox One. My dad would play that when he was still Xbox only. He would literally go race semi-trucks around, I believe he was racing them around Silverstone. So, and what have we got here? We've got another GTI or another Civic or, another car that nobody really wants. And I'm gonna go see the car list for Forza, and I'll keep this to myself unless there's inquiring minds that are also curious about what they have on offer, because this game is on PC. I will throw that out there. If you got a PC, maybe if you want to break from GT, you go over there.
I mean, I will say I like the fact that Gran Turismo does throw some odd and obscure things in there. The only thing I don't like is that when you have a monthly update with only 3 vehicles, that's not where you put it. If they had 6 vehicles coming out and you wanted one of them to be a farm truck or a Jeep or a bus or an ambulance, that's fine. But if you're only putting out 3 cars, maybe they should be, at least one of them should be a legit race car. But
yeah.
I mean, other than that, I do like the fact that we do still have an awful lot of Group 3 and Group 4 cars to drive.
Yes.
There's even a fair amount of Group 1. I think Group 2 is where things are really lacking. I mean, the Group 2 cars, to me, are a lot of fun to drive. But there's only, like a half dozen Group 2 cars, and that's it? Or maybe there's 10?
And
as opposed to Group 3, there's
there's
tons of them. There's, 40 or 50?
Yeah. And I also want to throw out that Forza Motorsport actually has Formula cars from the past. It's not the Gran Turismo F this game, like the you know, and just the bare bones shell of a like an 80s or a 90s Formula car. They have like, you know, the 1967 Brabham BT24, 67 Eagle, 1967 Ferrari, or 1964 Ferrari, my apologies, 67 Honda, and then they've also got, you know, the 2017 Nissan Altima race car. They've got Forza GT2 Corvettes. They've got like race cars that are modern, like, you know, they've got where is their
Well, now with Forza
GT?
being an Xbox exclusive for so long, Xbox obviously
Yes.
being Microsoft, is Forza also developed by Microsoft, or is that a third-party game developer?
I can look that up for you, but I also want to throw out they have a 2015 Aston Martin Vantage GT12 and, you know, a 2019 Aston Martin Vantage. You know, they actually have modern cars. 2021 McLaren 620R, McLaren 765. Hey, Papa, you want to just become a Forza streamer? Because, wow, these cars are murdering GT7. But who makes this game?
For some reason, I thought
Turn 10
Microsoft
Studios.
was the developer, but it may not be. Oh, Turn 10 Studio Racer 51 says.
Yep, got it right here. Yep, they're made by Turn 10 Studios, Playground Games, and Sumo Digital. They're just published by Xbox Game Studios. Yep, looks like Turn 10 Studios has been doing... Oh, actually, okay, so Turn 10 Studios was established under Microsoft Game Studios, so it was built up as a subsidiary. And Racer 51, no, you're not getting the 5 extra points. That's still Jorge.
All right, you continue to entertain the people. I'm going to step away for just 1 minute.
All right, so we're just gonna lament the, you know, all the missed opportunities we have in GT7. 1965 Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, 1965 Shelby Cobra 427 Supercharger, the 1967 Nissan R380 Spec 2. Oh, let's just go into a more modern era, shall we? The 1926 Bugatti Type 35, 2018 Lamborghini number 3. We don't care about that. Oh, they actually have the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Cup. They literally have the Super Trofeo Cup in here. They've also got the sport touring cars. They've got hot hatches. They've got GT icons. So the 1993 Nissan Skyline, which we have. I will throw that out there. 1994 Nissan Fairlady. 2002 Lotus Esprit. What else we got? 2005 Honda NSX. 1969 Toyota S2000. Is the S2000 really that old of a car? Interesting. 1965 Austin Healey. Come on, people. 2018 Ford Mustang GT.
I remember the S2000 was in the first Fast and the Furious movie. How long ago was that?
Well, that was like late 2000s, but I didn't know the...
That was early 2000s.
You know, was it?
Yeah.
You're right. I'm not really familiar with the series.
I was still in college when I saw the first Fast and the Furious, and so that would have been early 2000s, late 90s.
Okay. 2014 Alfa Romeo 4C. 2008 Subaru Impreza WRX STI. Actually, they have a lot of Imprezas. Well, that art imitates life on that one. 2019 Bugatti Divo, 2022 Volkswagen Golf R, 2012 Vauxhall Astra. You can get a Vauxhall Astra in Forza.
I'm not familiar with that car.
It's a British car. It was the reasonably priced car for Top Gear for a while. But, like, I don't know. It just seems like they have a lot of offerings over here, and I think PD needs to stop shilling out money on the GTWS that barely anybody actually cares about. I know it gets the viewership, but I don't think anybody's really trying to rise through the ranks all that well, especially because, you know, you're not really making any money.
Yeah, that is another thing. They were offering some legit prize money for those events. That would take it to another level. I'm perplexed why they don't do that.
Yeah, the Saturn Astra, because Saturn was the American version of Vauxhall, which is the British version of, I think, another car from Sweden or something? I don't know. But 2001 Acura Integra. Yeah, Opel. Thank you, Opel. Mitsubishi.
I haven't heard Opel in a long time.
Yeah, some of these cars used to be sold in the States, too, which is the sad thing. Forza has the Cadillac Racing ATS VR. McLaren 720. Oh my god. What are we doing, PD?
What's the track comparison? How many tracks do they
have? What a handsome question that is. Let me pull up the track list because I know.
Honestly, I'm more interested in more tracks than more cars.
All right, I got you. So, let's see, track list 2025. So we have okay, so we've got Catalunya, Grand Oak Raceway in Miami, or no. I'm sorry, I'm not actually familiar with Grand Oak Raceway. They have Indianapolis, they have Lime Rock, they have Mugello, Silverstone, Watkins Glen, Laguna, Suzuka, Nürburgring, Maple Valley, Kyalami, Hakone, Spa, Eagle Rock, Homestead Miami Speedway, Circuit de 24 Hugh du Mans. They have Mid-Ohio, Road America, VIR, and I think they have, I think they may have more.
They have a lot more American tracks.
They have a lot better tracks.
I mean, I like a lot of Gran Turismo's tracks, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
But there are a number on that list that I would like to see come to Gran Turismo 7. Top of my list is Road America. I've been to that one, loved that track. It's a long one. I really wish that one would come. I wish they bring Indianapolis back. I mean, they had Indy in the PS5. Again, with the PS5 having NASCAR cars, of course they had Daytona, and they needed to have Indy, so they had at least 2 NASCAR tracks. I want to say they might have had a third or fourth one as well, but I can't remember. Certainly, if they were to bring the NASCARs here, they would have to get more NASCAR style tracks other than Daytona and Watkins Glen as the only 2. I mean, they've got Northern Isle, that's essentially a carbon copy of Bristol.
But Northern Isle is Bristol, isn't it? But like, I don't know, they've got like, I've raced Road America and Mid-Ohio on other race sims. Those are great tracks. I've raced Silverstone on other sims. Amazing track.
Yep, I've done Silverstone on a mobile racing game, and that one was fun. Just like a Coda, Circuit of the Americas would be a good one.
Sebring is good.
Sebring is good. VIR would be good.
Fun. VIR is super fun.
I've heard. I'm actually not at all familiar with Mid-Ohio, but I've heard it's a very good track. And for the longest time, I had heard that Road America was great. I had no idea how good it was till I went there, and then it all made sense. Then I understood the rumors.
Yeah. Atlanta Motorsports Park 2 is also a really fun one. I did that one in R Factor 2. That one was grand. But I don't know, Kyalami, Mid-Ohio, Road America, VIR, Silverstone, Mugello, Lime Rock, Indy. I don't know, they've just got a better track offering. And honestly, depending on how some of my paychecks look, I might just pick up Forza on the PC and see if the lobbies are any better. I heard for a while they were garbage, but honestly, if they got Long Beach too, it'd be over. Long Beach is super fun. Yeah, I did I think it was like a vintage, I was on AMS2, it was Long Beach, and it was oh god, it was vintage Formula 4, I think. And those were just it was terrific. Apparently Forza Motorsport sucks on a wheel. It's a controller game. Well, I mean, some of these updates turn GT into a controller game.
I don't know. I still think that the wheel is the way to go, but I'm sure they've made it so that controller could at least be competitive. I don't know that controller has an advantage. I think having a wheel, you still probably have an advantage, other than if you're trying to do certain events. Talking about this with Moose the other day, that on controller, like drifting and catching yourself when your car starts to go sideways is easier on controller. But he had stressed to me, this is some insider information. Well, not insider information, but inside Moose's mind. He was talking about how he had gone and played WRC for a while, for a couple of months. And after doing that, coming back to GT7 he found a lot easier to catch his slides. Because the way he explained it to me is that in GT7, you're rewarded by being smooth and having nice smooth inputs, whereas on WRC you are jerking your wheel around like crazy and you have to have much quicker reaction time. And after having done that for a couple of months and coming back to GT7, it was easier to control a loose car. I found that interesting.
I definitely find that really interesting.
Now I've tried to do all of the missions in GT7, and some of those missions are like drifting competitions, and none of them I can do anything with on the wheel. All of them I've had to complete on controller, because just for me, drifting on controller is far, far easier. And maybe that's because I don't have a direct drive. I still have a Logitech 923. I don't know if a direct drive would help with that. The feel of, more of the feel that you get when you're drifting. I feel like I've gotten better on it, but certainly controller is just much easier. Even when I'm just doing hot laps, for the fun of it, I find that if the back end starts to get loose, I can catch it way easier with controller. And that just might be my reaction time.
Okay. I don't know. It definitely seems like the hardware does make a sizable difference. I mean, if you put... Well, actually, so Slow-Mo's brother Fredbird has a direct drive wheel, and Slow-Mo is racing on a 923, so pretty much just a G29. And he said, like, the difference is night and day on it. So, yeah, I would definitely agree that the hardware does play a factor in it.
Yeah. I'm hoping to eventually one day get a direct drive wheel myself. I mean, I've never even sampled one, just to see what it's like. I've heard the same thing, that it is way different. And I'm anxious to give that a try. I just need to fork over the money for it someday. I've still been wanting to follow McNaughty's lead and get a Logitech and stick with Logitech. But lately it sounds like Fanatec has kind of gotten their stuff together, and the DDs, aren't they quite a bit cheaper than the Logitech Pro?
Yeah, because the Logitech G Pro, for the wheel and the pedals, you're looking at about
it's like
$1,300 to $1,400. Yeah, almost $1,500.
Yeah, with shipping and everything, because it's $1,000 just for the wheel, and then it's like $400 or $450 for the pedals. So I mean, that's expensive. But I mean, I've always liked Logitech. I've been very happy with my 923. I've kind of wanted to stick with Logitech, and with Fanatec having such problems for a while, I was kind of avoiding them. But it sounds like they've gotten a lot better. So I'm kind of keeping my options open at this point. I'm not necessarily ready to jump and say that I'm going to switch, but I'm entertaining the idea.
All right. I don't know. I did toss around the idea of getting a DD Pro or like the DD Plus, just because it is cheaper. and it is a very solid wheel from everything I've seen. The direct drive wheel I have sampled is I believe it was a Semi-Cube over at Micro Center over off, it was actually the original Micro Center here in Columbus, like where it all started. Or at least I think it's where they all started. It might just be what they moved to after they gained popularity, but it's one of the first Micro Centers in existence. They have a Semi-Cube rig with iRacing on there. And I was, one of the last times I was over there, I was driving around mid-Ohio in the middle of the night in a GT3 Porsche, and like you could feel every little bit of like the track, and like you had to fight the car to keep going. It was a workout from like just, you know, messing around for all of 20 something minutes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's definitely worth the money, but I took a look at the price of that Semi-Cube and all of that, and it was just, oh my god, no shot of it happening. But I will concede that things like Semi-Cube and some other manufacturers, hats off to them. They've been able to find a way to get ridiculous amounts of force feedback to the point to where you literally have to have a kill switch on your wheel to shut it off if you feel like it is way too much.
Gotcha. Let's see. So the DD Pro, I'm trying to figure out how much that cost. Okay, so a DD Pro 5 nanometer, $750.
All right.
And the guys in the chat are talking about the DD Plus. Is that?
I believe that's another model.
Is that the next
they said
model
the DD
up or
Pro
the
has
next
high
model
input
down?
lag. I think it's the next model down. But it's DD Extreme. Okay. But so it looks like we have opened a dialogue on racing hardware, which is good. It helps make these qualifying streams, especially during the downtime, a lot more engaging. So, like, all of you, please do chime in. We would love to converse with you over this.
Yeah, so
we are still entertainers first and foremost, so we want to hear your thoughts and have a dialogue over this stuff.
So yeah, the DD Pro 5 nanometer is $750. The DD Pro 8 nanometer is $850. The DD Extreme is $1,400.
Oh! Might as well just get a Logitech at that point.
But that must be different from the DD Plus. What is the DD Plus? Why can't I find it?
Let me see. Let's see. DD Plus. It's the Fanatec Club Sport DD Plus.
Club Sport DD Plus is $1,000, but that's just for the base. That's without the actual wheel.
Oh, DD Plus and DD Extreme are the same.
Ah.
Okay. So the DD Extreme is just what they did for the Gran Turismo branding.
Right. So it's $1,000 base with a $400 wheel.
I know. I'd have to get.
Logitech it's $1,000 and you get both the base and the wheel.
I know. I'd probably shell out the $1,400 for the F1 wheel because that is nice. I don't know. I do like the idea of getting a direct drive wheel where I could literally change the wheel faces on them. So I could go, you know, just a fancy, you know, F1 style wheel, or I can go for a more traditional GT3 style wheel. Or I could just get stupid with it, get an oversized trucker wheel, and just try and drive like an Aston or something around NERB GP, just going hurt, 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 hurt.
Oh, let's see. Are we actually going to get anybody else in here? Are there any drivers out there looking to qualify tonight? Looks like we had Cole show up. Is he actually going to qualify in the Group 4 Porsche?
I thought Cole wasn't a part of the league anymore.
He's on the registered roster.
Oh.
But he's listed as he hasn't run any races, so listed as Toyota. But since he hasn't run, he can pick whatever he wants.
Wait, is that how that works?
Yeah, until you've put in a qualifier, you can run whatever car you want. Once you put in a qualifier, then that's your manufacturer for the season.
Oh, well, I did a qualifier in the Porsche, so I just didn't do a race in the Porsche, so. I don't know, I'm gonna just scroll Fanatec's website while Paul does this thing. Would a ready-to-race bundle be a good option if I wanted a Fanatec?
I am the wrong person.
CSL, I don't know, maybe the Fanatec owners here could tell us, because the Fanatec CSL DD-QR2 ready-to-race bundle, I mean, it's for PC, but I'm sure there's an adapter somewhere, is only $400.
That's a direct drive?
Yeah, it's a direct drive for $400.
Huh. How many nanometers?
5.
5? Wow.
Yep. The 8 nanometers is only $100 more. And I'm saying only because by comparison to like the big flagship ones, that's pennies.
Well, so the DD Pro, the 5 nanometer one was $750. It was only $100 to upgrade to 8 nanometer. So it's the same
Okay,
price.
then never mind. CSL DD QR2 BMW bundle is $550. Let's see. Okay, so it seems like all of the... Okay, that one is for PC and Xbox. So where's the PC and PlayStation ones? Ah, here we go. Wow, you can't get a cheap CSL for the Fanatec wheels for PlayStation. Because over on the Xbox, yeah, you can get a CSL DD QR2 ready to race bundle for $500. And you can even get the one for Xbox with the McLaren GT3 wheel. But for PlayStation, you literally have to get the Gran Turismo branded DD Pro. That's what they start out with. And that's $750. You have got to be kidding me. The monopoly that Gran Turismo has on racing hardware. You could get the NASCAR CSL bundle for PC and Xbox.
You needed DD Pro for PlayStation. Sony taxes.
Yeah, Sony taxes. But do I want to drop $750 for a wheel that has a giant Gran Turismo logo? I guess I could change out the wheel, but it's... I don't know. Maybe it's just a matter of principle. But we can't get new tracks. Exactly. And we can't get new real tracks. And we can't get updated cars. And we can't get all the fun stuff that all the other sims have. Instead, we get botched BOP, a garbage penalty system, and everything else under the sun that many of you that watch Leo's streams have heard me rant about before.
I don't think the BOP is that bad, but yeah, the penalty system, at least at certain tracks, definitely needs support. Or at least in certain situations where bad actors can get away with all sorts of crap. They really shouldn't be able to.
Yeah. Kimmy Bellicini, and just et al. On that one.
S2C Cole he's in there. We're not sure if he's going to qualify. This is not a qualifying run right now.
Okay, what's the wheelbase for the DD Pro? Because maybe I can just change the it's a DD Pro wheelbase, so yeah, I guess I just have to get a new wheel. But then if I want a wheel that's not, just giant GT brand wheel.
Yeah, so we've got 25 minutes left in qualifying, so it sounds like S2C wants to qualify, so Cole either needs to put a qualifying in or get out.
Yep. I'd have way too much fun with this. I literally, honestly, if I got a DD wheel, I would just be like finding different ways to just pimp it out. Because there's so many options.
Cornbreads, thanks for stopping in. Are you planning on qualifying tonight, or are you waiting till tomorrow? Looks like we got Ecstasy has joined the lobby.
Alright. I gotta step away for just a moment.
Sure.
You know, Sal, while we were talking about, looking at, direct drive wheels, there's also one other expense that we have not considered.
What is that?
That would be making sure you have a wheel stand or a cockpit that can handle a direct drive wheel.
Absolutely. Like, I'm still using my entry-level, NextLevel Racing GT Lite. So, definitely not designed for a direct drive wheel. I mean, this thing has functioned for me thus far, but that will be another expense that I will need to look into when it comes to upgrading my wheel. You know, whether it be a play seat, a GT Omega. I do like the NextLevel Racing ones, but it looks like their better models are quite a bit more expensive than the GT Lite. I mean, the GT Lite was a nice, cheap, entry-level way to get involved in, getting a cockpit. But I know their other ones are quite a bit more expensive. I'm afraid I'm going to be dropping a whole bunch of money on a wheel. I may need to drop a bunch of money on a cockpit first, because it wouldn't make sense to have the nice wheel and then not have a place to put it.
I could definitely see that. I know there's some people that will just use the desk clamps for their wheel for the time being. And I mean, since I have a computer desk, I could get away with using the desk clamps, but I don't know. I just feel more confident, I guess, in the hardware if it was like properly fastened to like an appropriate wheel stand or cockpit.
Racer51 mentioned he's on an FGT Elite. Like that's is that about when I'm just doing some searching, it looks like it's about a $900 cockpit.
Oh!
I think. If I'm looking at this right.
Wicked's got the right idea.
The
Lazy
FGT
Boy in a
Elite
2x4.
160 is $999 on NextLevel Racing's website.
I don't have that kind of money. I don't know what line of work I need to get into to have that kind of money.
Right, looks like qualifying is starting, so...
Because I'll tell all you right now, being an insurance agent definitely ain't it. You don't get the money for that, unless you go and like get a lot of business, you're not getting that kind of money.
S2C running in the McLaren. Nice livery here.
Yep, a nod to Golf, and I see some colors that appear to be a nod to Martini.
I usually refer to these as the T-case colors.
They are the T-case colors, indeed.
Also, the
T-case
colors
does.
run by the PHG A team.
Yep, because T-case is in charge of the A team, so he picked the colors.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Yep. Plywood and 2x4 was free from a job site. Nice.
With a Fanatec.
I also live... Yes, with a Fanatec wheel. Problem is, I live in a third-floor apartment. I do not want to haul all that timber up here, because I also will have nowhere to cut it.
I will say this, back in college, myself, my brother, and two other people that I knew from high school roomed together at college. And it was a 3-bedroom apartment for the 4 of us. So the largest bedroom, we ended up going to Menards and getting a load of 2x4s and plywood, stuffed it all in the back of my brother's Trans Am to haul back to the apartment. And we basically made the 3rd bedroom into a 2-story bedroom. We basically made a loft that was the size of the entire room. So they had the beanbag, the computer desk on the bottom, and then they slept up top.
That is impressive.
And then when one of the guys moved out, and we were down to just 3 of us, we disassembled that whole thing and made it into an entertainment center out in the living room that we had a very large fish tank on. Like, this entertainment center, you could hold like thousands of pounds on it. So we had the TV and the PlayStation 1 and the fish tank and the stereo and the black light and all that stuff. And you could use it as a home gym if you felt like it. Alright, but back to the racing. S2C is finishing up their first hot lap. See what kind of a time they come in with. 126.454. Provisionally, that would put them 14th on our qualifying board. Just behind Pyro by 1/100th of a second.
Okay.
Like they are 2/10 down after the first sector. And although the McLaren is good on tires, SSC seems to be chewing up that front right. Come into the tricky section to hit the sector 2 time check. Oh, and they're up by 18/1000ths. Which is not much, but it's an improvement. See if they bring it in here or if they go ahead and log it.
And we'll just have to see. Has a good bit of momentum coming down the start-finish pit.
Yep, gonna bring it in, put on the fresh tires. Now, if they really baby it for this out lap, they could potentially get 2 hot laps that are not that both could be decent hot laps.
Oh, Ace, you can actually copy the lobby settings from the lobby screen. If you just go to View Details, you can save the settings that way. That way you don't have to jump in the lobby or anything like that. Anytime, man.
S2C back out there. Just getting this outlap out of the way. Let's see, S2C. Where is S2C on our points chart? S2C is currently 24th in the point standings with 435 points, so just a little bit up into the top half.
You know that Jorge mentioning he doesn't have enough monitors does raise one question, Sal.
What's that?
So, Jorge said he doesn't have enough monitors for Racer 51 setup, but it does raise a question. How many monitors is too many monitors? Because I have 2 monitors on my desk right now, and I think that's like more than enough.
Yeah, so I know
the guy's got like 7.
I used to have 2, and it was crowded. And then the old monitor, the monitor I had that was like 12, 15 years old, died. And it turned out that Best Buy was having a sale on monitors, so I ordered 2 new monitors to replace the one. And what I also ordered up was a monitor stand that would stack them. So I have my 34-inch ultra-wide Dell, that's my racing monitor. I have a 27-inch widescreen above it, and then another 27-inch widescreen that's in the portrait mode. So it's stood up on end, and that's also a 27-inch. That's basically my chat reader, so I can have my chat be big enough that I can read it. When I used to have it before, I had to rely on the actual reader audibly telling it to me because I couldn't make the text big enough for me to read.
Okay.
But yeah, I've got 3 monitors, and I could technically set up another one standing on end on the other side. So having 4 on my desk is not out of the question.
Alright, yeah, I also have a friend who lives in Norway who has legitimately 9 monitors. Yeah. And something is always on, like, each and every one of those. I don't know how you got that many, like, DP and HDMI ports on your PC, but that's excessive. Like, because when I stream, I literally have OBS and everything else on one monitor, and then my game on the other. And, like, I just have OBS as, like, the main thing. And since I'm a VTuber, I've got, like, my programs, like, behind it, because all I have to do is turn them on. I've already got OBS set up to where as long as those are on, I don't got to worry about anything else. So I turn, like, 8 programs into only needing 3. My game, OBS, 4 actually. OBS, Discord, and Spotify.
Yeah, I mean, I could always find room to have more things up and available. It's just my field of view is limited.
Also, Comey, because Norway, that's why.
Alright, looks like STC has not been able to better their time from a 126.454. They have a chance at one more hot lap. Granted, the tires are half worn. Oh, and they go off into the kitty litter there and turn 1.
I think only 2 of those fully got in there, so I don't think S2C has dirty tires at the moment. But I know it's hard telling, because especially if you're in bumper cam does not properly tell you where your tires are on the screen. So
right,
I don't know.
With the tires halfway down, it's going to be a tall order to see if they can improve. But we'll see what happens when they get to the second time check here.
Well, coming into the second time check, getting a little squirrely in that McLaren.
Yeah, still down by
Nope.
down by 4/10. So they'd have to put in a rocket of a sector 3 to improve on their time.
Even then, will it be enough?
Probably.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Alright, the Justice D
Comes
is
down.
coming through.
Straight away. Get to the start finish line. It is going to be a 1:28.051.
Valiant effort to Ecstasy. Luckily, you know, this isn't indicative of how he's going to do in the race itself. So, as long as Ecstasy puts in a little more hustle between now and Saturday, I think he'll be fine.
Yep, so the 1:26.454 will put them 14th provisionally in our list of qualifiers.
Yep.
Coincidentally enough, with it, just preceding Ecstasy, there's C-Dubs with a 1:26.423 and Pyro with a 1:26.444, then Ecstasy with a 1:26.454. Those are 3 drivers really close to each other. And then behind Ecstasy is Arrow with a 1:26.511.
Sal, I think the rankings for the 2 above Ecstasy are still flipped.
What's that?
Instead of 423 and then a 444.
Yep. So 423 is in 12th place. Pyro with a 444 in 13th, 454 in 14th, and then a 511 in 15th.
Okay, I don't know. It's been a long. You've been doing this.
We've been on here for almost 4 hours. But we have had 20 people qualify. I do believe last week we had 19 drivers on day 1. We are at 20, and it looks like KW47 is in and itching to go.
And KW will be our last
21.
qualifier.
And that will probably be our last qualifier of the night, because 10 minutes from now will be after 10 o'clock Central. Then we'll be calling it for the day. And then people will have to check in tomorrow for more qualifying. I'm not sure who is going to, or if anybody is going to live stream qualifying tomorrow. I am not able to. So I'm not sure.
I'm not going to do it.
I'm sure. I think T-Case is not able to. Not sure if Leo will be able to. So qualifying tomorrow might be just something to get updates in the Discord. Shaggy typically posts the qualifying results as they're happening on day 2. So once again, if you go to papashouseofgame.com, the website, the link to their Discord is listed there. Join Papa's Discord. You should be able to follow along with qualifying tomorrow, unless somebody steps up and does a live stream.
Yeah. And now we've got K-Dub in the PHG. Well, yeah, in the Viper, but with a PHG Task Force Bravo Sentinels livery. Task Force Bravo could have just been the name, because, I came up with it, but no, Leo had to go and add Sentinels to it because someone else pitched it. Even though, it's the A-team and then Task Force Bravo made the most sense. We don't have the A-team, NyQuil or anything like that. No, it's just... Now, K-Dub did drift around the last quarter, so hats off to him, and I'm just going to sit here and ramble about how my best friend just could not think of a clever name or, listen to the voice of calm and reason. And also decided the Incredible Hulk colors were the way to go. But hey, let's not get a consultation.
Well, it's good to know that you're not bitter about it.
No, totally not bitter at all.
It's good that you've gotten over it and been able to move on with your life. It's nice to see.
Yeah, it shows a lot of maturity and all of that.
Once again, some personal growth.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Lord.
I'm not
Sal,
sure
hats
if...
off to you for running this for 4 hours.
Let's see, is this... Yeah, we're still in practice. Okay.
Oh, we're still in practice? Alright. Well. I'm sorry, Racer51, are you telling me that the BMW GT3 racing wheel for, like, a Fanatec is $1,500?
Just for the wheel?
Yeah, just for the wheel. Why is it so... Did they rip it out of the car itself?
Do they only sell wheels that were used in real cars? And, you know, transition to be sim racing wheels?
I guess, yeah, apparently that's the case. And I mean, if you go about that, then yeah, that's definitely a collector's item and all that. But I can't justify $1,500 on a wheel, probably just due to my occupation. Like, if I had that money, like, you know, doctor or lawyer money, then, you know, that'd be another story. But, like, I don't know. Even then, I don't think I could justify it. Same wheel from a real GT3 M4 BMW. Alright. Well, at least they're stepping up the realism. Does it also come with the, like, burning disdain from McNaughty for being a BMW product? Retired mechanic? That makes sense.
It's all coming together.
It's all coming together. Retirement and working in a trade seems to be the way to go if you want to, like, have a ridiculous amount of money. So, here's some life advice from dear old Toon. Go invest in your retirement, get some stock options, buy life insurance, and then everything else will just come together.
Alright, I will mention KW47 here is currently 34th in the point standings with 363. Looks like they have finished up their practice session. I anticipate we will be starting qualifying soon. Our last qualifier of the night.
Was he qualifying on medium? No, okay.
No, he's on softs.
Okay.
Jorge throwing out Jedi mind tricks, trying to get people messed up.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, here we go.
Advice on that.
Final qualifying stint of the night. Oh, he was on mediums? Well, he's on softs now. Hey, Duke Thunder, thanks for stopping in. We are on the final qualifier for day one. Still have tomorrow. KW is our 21st qualifier of the night.
Yep, so already set the record because last week was 19. Or, yeah, last week was 19, so yeah.
I'm not sure how many we had on each day for rounds 1 and 2. We weren't live streaming those, but we started last week and it turned out to be far more popular than I was anticipating.
Yeah.
Let's see, lots of 25s, he asked. We have had 9 drivers go under 126.
And honestly, tomorrow's qualifying is going to have a lot of the heavy hitters because we'll see Moose, McNaughty, Cornbread. We'll see just pretty much everybody else. We've had
CBR,
2 24s, Jorge.
Rick Sear, Better Dan, JK85, Fast Cougar. Yeah, there's some speed demons coming up. I mean, the top 2, Jorge and Racer 51, have already qualified, and we already have had Lyric and Shaggy. Two other members of the top 10 in points. Yes, Jorge, you are one of 2 drivers that are in the 24s.
Yeah, 2 with a DD, 2 with a DD Pro, and that stupid Supra.
I remember last week it was really interesting to see the times, you know, as close as they were, got even closer after the second day. You know, you end up filling in some of those gaps. I mean, we've got some of them here where there's 3 or 4 drivers separated by less than a tenth.
Yep.
You know, and that's the fun thing about this particular league, is that every week you still have to qualify for your split, and it ends up with close racing.
That it does. And we should also throw out that there's 2 CBR drivers that are separated by 0.02 of a second.
Yep. Yep.
So it really doesn't get much closer than that, unless, you know, they're separated by 1,000th of a second. But
yeah, I mean, we've got, you know, Racer 51 and Shaggy are separated by 5 100ths, and then Shaggy and Lyric are separated by only another 5 100ths. And then we've got, yeah, Slowpoke Rods and Wicked CBR are separated by 2 1,000ths. And then Sheldologist is right behind them, 3 100ths now. And then Papa's right behind him by only 2/10. And then 2 more tenths to Jimmy K9. So, and KW47 just put down a 126.709. That would put them 16th currently on our qualifying order.
all right, yeah, I think so.
I know the Viper is probably going to be difficult to get around this really twisty, constantly turning track. You know, the Viper tends to shine when you have a number of long straightaways, but K-Dub's making it work.
Yeah.
He's gone purple. Being an FR car, you know, we're getting to the end of lap 3, and the tires look like they're going to be at about half. I suppose that's better than the Genesis, which where after the end of lap 3 was down to only about a quarter of its tire left. Let's see if he's able to keep that lead. Oh, lost it in sector 3, so 126.9. But if they're going to go for the lighter fuel load strat, I would imagine they'll come around, box for some fresh rubber, and probably get 1 or 2 more hot laps in. Might actually be able to squeeze 2 out.
Those tires are not looking good for K-Dub, but then again, he has ran consecutive laps, so I just... Ooh, and he went off into the dirt. He definitely got all 4 tires that time, so I think he will wind up having dirty tires on that one.
I mean, the dirty tires would probably be cleaned off by the start-finish line, but just the fact with the tire wear, you got to bring it in and get some fresh stuff on there.
Yeah, but he does have about 5 minutes, or yeah, just a little over under
4.5,
left.
yeah. That
4.5, but I'm also taking one off into consideration.
That might be enough to get 2 more hot laps. It's going to be close.
Yeah, but that Viper is definitely not wanting to cooperate with the state of those tires right now.
Right.
So,
and with the Viper being so torquey and tail happy, that losing the front tire probably isn't quite as disastrous as losing the rears. I mean, losing the front, it's already hard to steer and hard to make it into a nimble car. That losing the front tire will make it even less so. But it's still better than having the rear tires wear out, and then you're risking spinning the thing all the time.
okay. Alright, and it looks like K-Dub's going to give it one last hurrah, get through this out lap, and then might have 2 hot laps in him. So, K-Dub might want to conserve the tires on this one.
Yeah, with the laps being less than a minute and a half, the out lap and one hot lap will take 3 minutes. And with over 3:20 left to go when they got back out on the track, they should get 2 more hot laps. But of course, the first one is probably going to be the one that counts the most with the tire wear.
It does appear that K-Dub might be trying to save the tires a little bit because he's taking more narrow lines at the moment. And I know he's nearing the end of his outlap, so this is where all that momentum is going to come into play.
Yep.
But
yeah, it looks like he pushed it going all the way to the edge, so trying to carry as much speed into the one long straight we've got. See what they can do with this. Let's ride along in first person just to see how this hot lap looks from that perspective.
Well, yeah, let's do that. All right, so as is typical GT fashion, you really can't see anything out of cockpit view because there's no FOV slider. And I know you have a racing helmet on that slightly obscures your peripheral vision, but I know you can see way more than this because they position your seat in a race car to be more centered with the car for weight distribution. And you know what? We're just gonna PD.
It looked like he was purple in the first sector there.
He was. He definitely was. He was able to conserve quite a bit of tire life. Let's see if he can carry that momentum in the second time check, which is coming right up after this corner.
Yeah, you can see that bump there. That bump is much more pronounced in the first person view coming through that last corner there. 7/10 up. That is a heck of an improvement.
Oh yeah. That's a great improvement. And as he is rounding the penultimate corner, carrying a good amount of speed, getting on the apex, and now he's just got to gun it. Will he be over a second up on his time? Let's take a lookie. And across the line, only 3/10 up.
Ooh, lost some time there in the third sector. Still an improvement, though.
Very much an improvement, yes. It does appear that the third sector is the folly for many a driver trying to qualify. So
yeah,
those watching at home, and
that time increase allowed him to jump 4 spots in the qualifying order.
Interesting.
Yeah, with as tight as this has been, that was that group of 4 drivers where we got C-Dubs, Pyro, STC, and Arrow all.
He saved it!
No damage!
He did it!
Not going to be a faster lap, but an impressive slide.
Yeah, an impressive save. That's a save that not many people could, pull off. So, you know what?
We needed the first-person view for that one.
Oh, could you do the replay?
I did not. No, I was thinking like a streamer view of them wrenching on the wheel trying to save it.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like dual replay, throw it into cockpit view, and we just see how crazy that would be in like VR or something.
I didn't think of that. I was too busy typing his time down.
That's fair. All right, but yeah, with this, K-Dub will definitely close out our qualifying festivities for tonight.
Yep, qualified provisionally in P12.
All
the
right.
126.385. That is, again, only 5 100ths ahead of C-Dubs. So now we've got this group of 5 from K-Dub, C-Dubs, Pyro, STC, and Arrow within less than a 10th and a half.
Okay.
Close set of qualifying. It'll be interesting to see just how many more people slot into that same range tomorrow.
Yep. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of people slot into that range. But with that, I believe that draws this qualifying broadcast to a close.
Yep, I was just going to wait for them to get to the end and figured we could wrap this thing up.
Fair enough. Also, have a good night, Jorge.
All right, so
All
yeah,
right.
once again, KW47 and the Viper, the only Dodge in the competition, with the 126.383, our 21st qualifier of the night. That does complete it for day one. Tomorrow, there will be another 4-hour qualifying session put on by Shaggy in order for people to qualify their way into each of the splits for the Friday and Saturday races. Once again, you can always check out the information for both qualifying and the upcoming races at papashouseofgame.com. You'll also find the current point standings, manufacturer standings, and the PHG versus the World team standings on the website. As Toon had mentioned throughout the broadcast, feel free to go to the website and check it out. You can find the bios for the different officers, more to do about Papa. You can get the Discord link and all that sort of stuff. Definitely go check it out. But yeah, I think that'll wrap it up. Do you have any last words to him before we wrap it up for the night?
Yeah, let's see here. First off, thank you to everybody that tuned in. It was a pleasure to have your company. Thank you to all of the drivers who turned out to qualify tonight. You had your choice of doing it tonight or tomorrow night, and I respect the initiative that all of you took to come in and qualify on the first night. And with all of that, those of you that are qualifying tomorrow, best of luck to you. If we do not have a broadcast for it, we'll wind up seeing it in the Discord. And yeah, until then, y'all stay safe, have a good night, and we will see you, if not tomorrow, we will see you Friday evening for the beginning of the final round of the second season's exhibition series. Bye-bye for now.
Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye. And away we go.
Engines roaring life in the fast lane. PHG, we the name, tearing up the game. Thunder on the track, speed never go lack. Pushing limits, breaking barriers, and looking back.
Help if I push myself back off mute. Thanks for stopping in, helping out with the commentary. I appreciate that as normal.
Opponents in the mirror, they can't keep up. Keep the throttle
Again?
down, never wanna let up. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we roll the steeple. Great racers, better people. Crowds chant as the lights go green. Adrenaline rush, it's a traveler's dream. Might stumble, fall, but we rise again. For the banner of PHG flies our friend. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we rule the steeple. Great racers, better people. Better people. Oh, baby. Better people. Engines roaring life in the fast lane. PHG, we've been named, tearing up the game. Thunder on the track, speed never go lack. Pushing limits, breaking barriers, and looking back. Tires screaming as we take that turn. Fuel and fire in our hearts we burn. Opponents in the mirror, they can't keep up. Keep the throttle down, never wanna let up. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we rule the steeple. Great racers, better people. Team strong, bonds like no other. Brothers, sisters, ain't no undercover. Victory sweet, but honor even sweeter. Every race together makes the fight deeper. Crowds chant as the lights go green. Adrenaline rush, it's a traveler's dream. Might stumble, fall, but we rise again. For the banner of PHG flies our friend. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we rule the steeple. Great racers, better people. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we rule the steeple. Great racers, better people. Good racers, better people. Good racers, better people. Great racers, better people. Crowds chant as the lights go green. Adrenaline rush, it's a traveler's dream. Might stumble, fall, but we rise again.